My goodness. What kind of show is this? Okay, let's go in. I'm going to start my recording. Oh. Okay, that's recording. Me.
Testing voices?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Hello.
what I'm
Testing,
doing.
testing.
Testing.
There we go. Can you hear my fan, by the way?
Hmm?
Can you hear my fan in the background at all?
Not that I can
No, but
hear.
you're a little soft.
I hear like a little burr. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, like the sound of a fan motor. Just a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. I like Yoshi's burr. Me. It's okay. Let's see. Where is the link we can give? Link. Yeah. No, it just disappeared. Okay. And put this out. HYPECAST link. Let's move.
Oh boy, we're live.
You are? Totally tell.
There you go. You want to open that link. Where is that link?
Let's wash yourselves.
Yeah. Make sure you mute yourself. Better mute yourself. Oh.
Yeah. I just paused the video.
Oh, it says say something.
Huh? What? I can
Ooh,
hang on. I need to.
Do I sound
There we
super garbled?
Not garbled, but you sound a bit quiet. Oh, hang on. I'll adjust some things here. There we go. Okay, I think that's a bit better.
Oh, that's the thing he's saying. Say something. Here we go. Okay. Look, it's Dean. Dean's here already.
Yep,
Dang,
that
Dean,
was
you
quick.
get here quick.
I thought Dean didn't
Yep.
believe in that. Yes.
He wants to watch it live.
Mm-hmm.
Dean
This
knows
one
about
might go on.
Evangelion?
I think maybe.
I think he does. Because he mentioned something earlier when I, was talking about marathoning him this morning.
Yeah, I think I saw that too. All right. Been going by the computer all week. That's a horrible thought. All right.
Oh boy.
Everyone's good.
Oh boy.
You gotta say hashtag. Oh boy.
Hashtag oh boy.
Oh boy. So just about ready. Let's see the moon. That'll be next episode.
Oh boy.
Hashtag.
Alright. We gotta come back again.
I won't be on that one.
Do we have to watch a new one too?
God, no. Sailor Moon is done by the end of the second series. Once you never add time travel or anything. Just screws it all. I'm your daughter from the future. That's weird. So when she goes back to the future, is she just gonna be like older? I don't know.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay.
That show defies logic.
And we got our intros. Not a lot of them on lists, but if anyone wants to add anything, by all means. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Composure. Alright. I'm not going to do the funny intro thing this time. I did that last time. Greetings, friends. Steven here, and welcome to episode 17. This is April. This is the CAPMAX HYPECAST. Everyone who's watching this live on YouTube, thanks for being here. We have Dean from Round 2 Gaming, and hopefully we'll see some others. Otherwise, everyone listening to this recorded and edited over on Podmedic, also thank you for being with us today. So, the last episode, episode 16, as I titled it, Cruel Australian's Thesis. That's funny.
Pretty cool.
We got an Australian guy. Yeah, that was a long-ass episode. It was like 4 hours long. What? So we decided we would we went long enough that time, so we said we got through we had a lot more stuff for these movies that we're going to talk about in this episode. But we said we'd stop here. We gotta save it for the next episode, so we're all back. We had the same guests as last time. That is AC, Yoshi, and Darren. Everyone, how's it going today?
Good.
No complaints from me, although it was weird sleeping and then thinking about the third movie afterwards.
Nice.
Kind of reflecting on it was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because I was looking for I was really confused in the whole Lilin and Lilith talk at the end of the movie, so I was looking it up, and then I stumbled across a fan site that were discussing the tiers for canonicity for the Evangelion series, which I thought was really weird. So it's like tier 1 is the anime, then tier 2 is whatever Anno says, then tier 3 is based off of the licensed merchandise and material, tier 4 is the manga, and then tier 5 is what the people who license it say. Then the rebuilds are their own tier below that. It's really weird. I was like, you know, the story's complicated when you have different tiers for what's canon.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're going to be making arguments about what's canon, where you're pulling from.
They're all their different interpretation. I don't think we even mentioned the manga, but that is different from the anime.
Yeah, very different. Shinji actually has a backbone in that.
Yeah, it's actually really... I read the first 3 volumes of it. It was really refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to see if the library has that.
Probably. What our library has the movies, the original movies, Deathford with, and the end, which is pretty neat. Okay, so we've got the guests. We will do the intro, but we decided in the last episode, I think it was off the record, that we would... since there's actually not a lot to discuss as far as Nintendo Watch and interesting news, we would bump up the main topic, which is, of course, the Neon Genesis Evangelion rebuild. There's 3 moves we'll be discussing. So we're going to bump that up to right after the intros and what's been playing, what's been watching. So let's get into those intros. Now I've got them all written out here in our handy-dandy Google Doc. So our first guest will be AC. We were discussing that fire tornadoes may have destroyed Australia in the future. And AC himself might actually be Boomerang from the future.
that spawned a whole weird Twitter discussion as well about fire tornadoes, Australia, and how basically we're on our 36th consecutive Trump presidency in Australia. Trump cloned himself and then put himself in pretty much every position of power in the world, but the most evil Trump was Canada Trump for whatever reason. Got no idea. Apparently I'm from the future and that's what happens. So I came back here where there's only one Trump. I probably should have gone back where there's no Trumps, but you know.
Yeah, there's always a Trump. Yeah, I guess there's always a Trump in some form or another. Yeah, what is new with you guys? Your own podcast continues on. Rob recently got a computer?
Yeah, Rob actually has a massive, awesome gaming rig that cost him thousands upon thousands of dollars, and I keep threatening to sneak over there and push it over, because that would be hilarious. He would kill me, but it would be hilarious. We did our own podcast yesterday. We had what we call a stream of nonsense, which is every 5th episode we throw the format out the window and we just have a discussion for 2 hours, kind of similar to this, I suppose. But we got way, way, way off topic again, and it got kind of ridiculous because we decided to start the podcast sober, and then over the next 2 hours see how it would end up if we just kept drinking throughout, and it got to some pretty weird places. It was a lot of fun though. It was very enjoyable, which is the Game Life Balance podcast. We actually had our American office, the American Game Life Balance people for the first time as a pre-record, which was pretty funny. And we just keep referencing Rob. Rob has this weird book, which I randomly pulled off the shelf when I was at his house. The Assassins, a radical sect in Islam. And then the American guys took that and ran with it, and then we ran with it again yesterday, and this is just a running joke that's never, ever going to stop.
Yeah, eventually I'll just read a chapter per episode.
That'd be a good idea, actually.
There you go. That one's free.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
What else? I've been playing my arcade lots at the moment, but it has a problem. One of the buttons on the second player, which is like button A, which is pretty important. It's basically the hack and slash button.
Sounds like
isn't
an important
working.
button.
Yeah. I mean, all you can do with most beat 'em ups is hack and slash and jump, and the hack and slash button on player 2 doesn't work. So, when I got this arcade, I wasn't given the keys with it because it wasn't working. People were just trying to get rid of it. I managed to repair it, but I can't get inside certain sections of it. So I'm actually in the process of drilling the cylindrical tumbler lock out now at the moment, and it's quite complicated because I don't want to damage anything on the inside, and my drill is not very good. So it's just drilling, and I still haven't been able to get through there yet. So the arcade player is pretty much predominantly one player at the moment. Or I suppose you could play Street Fighter and just not have light punch. So we did that last night.
Yeah, there's 5 buttons left.
Yeah, I'm sure I can repair it. I just need to get inside it, and it's so frustrating that I just can't rip it up because it's made of plastic, cheap plastic, and if I rip it up, it will actually damage the entire console. So I got to do things properly.
It's the sit-down Asian arcade cabinet. I think you mentioned that in the last one, didn't you?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Have you done a video on that yet? Have you guys done a video on that yet? Seems like Game Life Balance Australia video content.
I actually want to get my dad on it and do a video of him because he hates video games. Okay. And what I need to do is lick him up real good.
Please.
Well, last time he was over, he did actually play for a little bit, which was pretty funny. We just gave him lots of alcohol and then said, "Hey, play this for a while." And then he was playing the Ninja Turtles beat 'em up and failing.
You turned the tap on alcohol.
And he was funny. He didn't like it, but he was being funny while he was doing it. So I want to do it again, but it's difficult to record the screen because it keeps flickering. So and there's no video out on an arcade machine, unfortunately.
A refresh read or whatever.
Yeah, it's a CRT, so I can't figure out a good way of recording it without it looking like total shit, basically. But other than that, I had my birthday party last night.
Happy birthday!
It's my actual birthday. No. My actual birthday's on Tuesday, the 26th, and I'll be turning 35. But because it was a Saturday night, we got all my friends around, and we got wasted. Which is funny because we got wasted during the podcast, and then I sobered up just enough to get wasted again. And then after everyone left, I thought I'd better do my homework, so I watched Evangelion 3.33 with the dub for the first time.
Pardon?
I've never watched the dub before. I've only ever watched the sub.
Okay.
And then and I didn't get to bed until about 3 o'clock in the morning, I think, and then I had to get up kind of early-ish to do other stuff. So. And I'm already drinking again. That's the Australian way.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to regret this so much tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. Very good. Very good. Dean in the live chat wants us to know that there was a fire tornado in Canada just by Edmonton. Pretty cool vids online, he said. That's when I actually mentioned that on Twitter that Canada is becoming more like Australia. And I posted a link, but a guy on Twitter who I guess is known for filming fire tornadoes is like, that's nothing compared to what we have in Australia. And I said, well, we'll try harder next time. And
there's such a weird, rare phenomenon that it's pretty cool if you can catch it on film because there's usually so much smoke that all you see is just like a red line going off into the sky that's kind of like waving back and forth and moving a little bit.
Yeah, but it looked just like a regular tornado. I guess it's just really hot in the middle.
Yeah, basically, that's all it really is.
Yeah,
you just got to have perfect conditions. But like we say, oh yeah, fire tornadoes, but it's not it's not a good thing.
No.
Like we're bragging about it and saying, oh yeah, it's all fun and stuff like that, but it's pretty devastating.
I lost my family. Beat that. Watching that. Yes. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Is it climate change? It's probably climate change.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, our entire country burns down every year, so.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Darren can agree with this, but BC's been pretty hot these last few days.
It's been definitely very warm. Today's been the coldest day at 13. Every other day's been like 25 to like almost 30.
You know, it's scary. It's still
You
April.
guys are talking in Celsius, right?
Yes.
That's
Okay, good. Need to make sure.
It's 30 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost like frickin' swimsuit season.
Well, in
Dude,
Canada,
that's freezing.
Canada.
That's freezing.
That's the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In swimsuit.
I have no idea where you guys live in America, so like that could be warm for all I know.
Mm.
Well, I'm in
Well,
America.
Yoshi's-
They're in Canada.
Okay.
Which I don't know why I point over here, but over there.
Yeah. Yeah, Darren and I are both in the same province.
Oh, okay.
British Columbia.
Yeah, I'm the weird one that still uses Fahrenheit and inches.
Inches, yeah. Not a fan of the centimeters.
Actually, I wish the whole country would just switch to metric, but let's not get into that.
I'm sure that would be a contentious issue.
Oh yeah, 'cause no one wants to change. No one wants it.
No, of
Like,
course
it's
not. You're Merc.
better. It makes more sense.
Yeah. I mean, everything's divisible by 10 and 100. I mean, it makes perfect sense, but
Dude, it's
I mean,
so
I can
easy to
use
do the
the old
math.
measurement system. I know like Fahrenheit and inches, what we call imperial measurements, but because like my parents grew up with that, like that generation did use those measurements, and
Yeah.
basically they forced change in Australia because Australians don't like change either, but the government just goes, all right, enough of you, we're going to change it. Tough. That's
Oh,
what we're going to teach
that
you.
thing you
better.
mentioned about the didgeridoos, I saw that mentioned on Facebook. There's like some random, this is why you should never let the people vote online. Like Australians voted to change their national currency to dollaridoos.
Dollary dues, yeah.
Yeah.
I totally would vote for that.
It's such a... Can you guys see this fucking GoBot behind me? Just to go on a tangent.
Yeah.
Look at this weird thing. I traded a couple toys for this thing. Look at this. You ready for this? Guys watching this? This is for those
Yeah,
watching
yep.
live. Holla.
Oh,
What?
wow.
It actually, if you keep going though, it becomes like a freaking like gun. Cute. I mean, look.
That's it, Steve.
man.
Keep pulling my trigger, baby.
Oh.
Oh,
boy.
Oh boy. Hashtag oh boy. I was thinking like that. But yeah, let's go. Oh, we'll get to my Transformer issues. All right. So that was the voice of AC, and then I believe I heard the voice of Yoshi Knuckles. Yoshi, how's it going today?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
I guess that's that. Whatever. We haven't done this in a while. That's the problem. Like Darren does his show weekly, right?
That's right.
Yeah, you definitely get to get into the swing of things. But if we only do it once a month, it takes a bit longer to get back into the swing of things, which is why I like to have these intros and all of that. So all I've got for Yoshi is modding/school continue.
Yeah.
Got that right?
Pretty much. Well, mostly school. It's the last. I'm in the last Well, I got next week, and then like 2 days, and then a week of finals, and I'm done. So,
Wow,
I'm
I've
in
been
that
done since like last Tuesday.
so I'm in the last section of the semester that's just like evil, because everyone's like, "Oh, here you go. Here's all this work. Gotta have it all done now."
Mhm.
Great.
Down to the wire kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Very
I
good.
hate the last week. I'll be happy after this week because everything else will be easy. Finals are easy.
Pardon?
Finals are easy. It's the last quarter of the semester before it that sucks. So
I think I
haven't
know
had much
many
time to
people
do
that would
anything.
disagree with that statement.
Well, for me, the finals are easy, and the hard part's the last quarter of the semester because I get worn out by then. And I'm like, I'm tired of these classes. I want something else.
Well, I'm sure every different every class is different.
Yeah.
This is what Yoshi's doing versus what Darren is doing.
Yep. So
Very good.
Who knows? But other than that, I haven't been doing too much modding recently.
Mhm.
I haven't had time, but I did pick up some new equipment recently, so that's always cool.
Okay.
More stuff to learn with, because that's most of what I'm doing right now is learning. Because I got a bunch of stuff I got to learn, and I do have some projects I've been meaning to get back to, but I'm kind of waiting till school dies down so I can like breathe a bit.
Sure. One step at a time.
Yeah,
That's good. Yeah. Glad it's all going well, proceeding as planned.
yeah.
It's very good. All right, which brings us back to Darren, who is also now. Darren, you're done school now, right? Or are you going back for more later?
I'll be going to summer classes in May, but up until then I'm free, and I'm kind of just working on some side projects and an upcoming video for my channel's 3rd anniversary, which is coming up on April 28th.
Hmm. That's not the Vancouver arcade run with the Pilgrims, is it?
No, we're not. It's hard enough to get Brock out of his house, let alone all the way to Metrotown.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Problem is, I'm the only one that really likes arcade games. They're not as into it as I am.
Yeah. Well, you remember that time we met? I suggest we go to the arcades, and you and Fitna didn't want to go. That's all I'm saying.
How can you not want to go to an arcade? Why don't they like arcades?
No, it's just the Metrotown arcades. I don't know why Steven likes it so much.
Yeah.
Need some new games.
What's wrong with it? Like, what's different about that arcade?
No,
I think it
it's
just
awesome.
lacks the game variety that you'd get in a more modern arcade. It also doesn't. It has a lot of the outdated. Like for me personally, when I go to the arcade, I look for the fighting games, and a lot of the stuff they have there is pretty outdated.
No, okay.
Well, they
We just don't
specialize
have
in.
any arcades in Australia anymore. There's not really many places you can go to play arcade games. Like maybe the bowling alley. That's about it. That's all I can
That's
think
how
of.
it is in my area.
It's pretty much the same here for us. It's just that you have to go out of your way to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like movie theaters usually have some arcade machines.
I occasionally find like a couple of arcade cabinets in a place, but it's usually a bunch of crappy games, and I'm like, I don't want to go play buck shooters. Buck shooters and racing games, generic-looking racing games.
Like I mentioned, I'm on the Vancouver Island, so big island. If I want to go anywhere like Vancouver, I have to take a ferry. The ferries are actually pretty good for arcades. They brought these new super ferries in, and the super ferries have 2 arcades, which is kind of funny. They're just like across, like one side on the boat and one on the other side of the boat. But yeah, they get some pretty good games there. And often you'll get kids or whatever with no idea what an arcade machine even is. Their parents are like, oh, you put these quarters in, then they put a bunch of quarters in, but then they don't know how to press start. So sometimes you'll get on a ferry and they'll be like last time I was on one, Metal Slug 6 or something was there, and there was like 28 credits. I'm like, okay, I can work with this. And I played a bunch of free Metal Slug. That was all that.
That's crazy.
Yep.
If you have an arcade on an actual ferry, it must be pretty still waters.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not open ocean. It's the Georgia Strait, I believe we call it.
Okay.
We're kind of nestled in, like where Victoria is specifically, where we're actually surrounded by America. To the point where often my cell phone will be picking up American towers, even though I'm in Canada.
Surrounded by America, just the way they planned.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky. Like,
Victoria's the buffer for the invasion.
Oh boy.
And for the giant earthquake and tsunami that we're supposed to get at some point within the century.
Well, if we keep that fracking business up, shit, that's pretty scary.
But in terms of stuff I've been playing, I just finished Vanquish earlier today. It's a pretty excellent third-person shooter by Platinum Games. I'd recently read the manga for All You Need Is Kill, and I wanted to play something that had a cool mech suit, and Vanquish kind of fit that niche pretty well. So I've had it forever. I just never bothered to play it. And so yeah, I did that. And I guess the only other thing of major consideration that I've played is Melty Blood, which is a fighting game that's quite old now. I think it's like 10 plus years old. It just got its first ever English released on Steam, so I've been trying to get into that, but most of the people playing that online are the old gods.
Yeah.
They are the people who know how to do combos that will drain 50% of your health within the first 10 seconds of the match. So it's been an uphill battle. I think I've won 12% of my matches, and that's 40 or 50 matches online.
Is that on Steam?
Yeah, it's on Steam.
No, that's cool. I always thought it was like an indie game or a doujin.
I'd say Dojin's probably more accurate. I think it was included as for a Blu-ray or something, and that was the whole deal with it.
Weird. I know at our university's anime convention, there's a guy that brings in an arcade machine because we're all rich over here. I guess we have arcade machines, and he'll often have multi-blood in. I think it's one of those, not unlike what AC has, one of those multi-game, just select the game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he's got the arcade version of one of the multi-bloods. Same story though. No one knows what it is. No one wants to play. And he's like, "Oh, come on, I want to play it." No one ever wants to.
Yeah, I'd say it's surprisingly fun. You probably won't know anything about any of the characters because it's all tied to a visual it's a visual novel game called Tsukehime. Is what it's all from.
Yeah.
And so it's like a pseudo sequel to that. So you'll probably not really know who anyone is, but it's a pretty good time. It's just that it's really hard to compete with people who've been playing the game for over 10 years.
Mm-hmm. You familiar with that one, Yoshi?
What?
Are you familiar with the anime Tsukehime?
No, I'm not. So I haven't seen that one yet.
Just as a warning, I'd say avoid the anime. The anime's trash. I'd say read the manga, or if you have the patience, play the visual novel. But I'm not that sort.
Yeah.
Well, I won't be playing the visual novel anytime soon. Unless it somehow miraculously gets a Wii U port.
Oh, you.
Hatful Boyfriend coming soon to Wii U.
No!
Soon to be followed by Honey Pop.
More like nothing coming soon to Wii U. Oh, poor Wii U. It's sunsetting.
Did Star Fox just come out for that?
We'll get to
Yeah,
that. Yoshi's, I put that in Yoshi's
We'll get to that.
section.
We'll get to that.
Before we finish up, so Darren, you were looking into streaming on YouTube. How was that going?
We had one successful stream that we did a couple weeks back. We were just kind of messing around playing some fighting games, and then we went to go stream last weekend and play the new Ratchet and Clank game that my buddy Alex picked up. And for some reason, the streaming engine in my capture card and OBS decide to not communicate with each other, and after 3 hours of various solution solving and just trying different fixes, nothing worked, and so we had no stream, and we're currently still trying to fix it.
Did you go to their website like I suggested?
Yeah, we've been looking into it. It seems to be some sort of problem with the stream engine, so it doesn't seem to be on OBS this time, and then I'm void for my warranty because it's been over a year, so I can't get a replacement card.
That's not the live game reportable, is it?
Yeah, it's the live game reportable.
Okay. Do you have the stream engine downloaded? It's a separate program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something specific with the capture card that's not communicating properly with the program, and then so it's some sort of physical problem.
Do you have Skype open?
Do I have Skype open?
Yeah.
No, it's not OBS related. We spent hours. We reformatted. We did every solution in the book and everything that we were reading online. It's just some specific issue with my AverMedia card.
Weird. Literally, if you have Skype on, it'll often mess with streaming. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, OBS is really weird. If you have Chrome open, when you open OBS, it'll just not work. Yeah,
it definitely doesn't like a lot of programs. It's good when you finally get it all nice and settled, but then they do an update and then you're confused all over again. It takes practice. Windows 10 is hard. So how's that Windows 10 working out for you, Darren?
Well, I only upgraded to Windows 10 so I could play Killer Instinct, me being a somewhat fan of fighting games, and it's been a battle. I've gone through the various, hey, I was playing Dark Souls 3. It was working on Windows 8. Let's try to Windows 10. Oh, what's this? My whole computer blue-screened. So just a lot of issues like that, and it's just been... Sometimes my taskbar just dies, so I can't select any programs. The other night I was working on a slideshow presentation, and then my entire computer just went to a black screen. Netflix crashes all the time now. It's just a lot of weird, annoying stuff. Not recommended. That's the verdict.
I have Windows 10, and it's not that bad for me.
Yeah.
The worst of those for me is like sometimes like flash out, like the start menu will pop away and then come right back. It'll like flash out for a couple seconds, but I kind of leave this computer running for hours and hours and hours on end.
I don't know. I think part of my problem is I also use my computer for gaming. I use it for work. I use it for everything, and so I think part of it's just the amount of use, and it might just be time for a good old-fashioned reformatting.
Yeah, that might be it too. Because once you get so much crap on these, it's just they run like crap. They run slow.
Smartphones are the same way too, especially with the random Google updates or what have you.
I'm about to just transfer all the data off my phone and factory reset that because I'm tired of it. It's running really slow lately, so it needs a factory reset. I don't know what else to do to fix it. So just dump all the data onto my computer and go factory reset it. Whatever.
Yeah.
I got a new computer recently. Like just one off.
Whose phone is going off?
Sorry. I'm trying to turn it on as well. My computer is Superintendent Chalmers saying Skinner.
Of course it'd be you. How could I?
It gets my attention because people always complain that I never answer my phone. So I have really annoying ringtones on there, so it gets my attention. Yeah. So I've got like a little, basically a HP touchscreen computer that I got really cheap. Just for my my gaming room, so I can do stuff in there and like record sound and stuff. Separate to my main computer, and that had Linux, which I have no idea how to use and didn't work properly. So I installed Windows 10 on it as kind of it's free, and as a test. And yeah, all of the drivers that I would need to upgrade this computer don't work, like all my capture card drivers and everything like that. So I can't do the upgrade. I can't afford to have all of that stuff not work because half of my Game Life Balance YouTube stuff depends on having all of that stuff actually working. So I'm happy with Windows 8, which is something you've probably never heard anyone say before.
Yeah, I was definitely concerned about that as well. That's another major concern. Yeah. But so far, I haven't had any major issues with any of my capture software not working. So far.
Well, I upgraded from Windows 8.1 to Windows 10, and games I like to play on my computer instantly didn't work. Let's see, my crappy capture card instantly didn't work, and a whole bunch of other stuff happened that like instantly didn't work. I'm like, that's nice. Just completely change everything for Windows 10. That's nice, Microsoft. I'm gonna switch to Linux soon.
They'll fix it up at some point in the not too distant future. Like there's always problems when there's a new Windows, but some of the stuff, the cheap ass gear that I have is probably just they're not going to make new drivers for it. They're not going to upgrade it. They've sold these stuff and they're not going to bother.
Mine's a decently new computer, and it had decent specs. So what's more important now is memory. Memory is more important than processing power. So just heads up, people. That too, but still. Yeah, for general, I'd recommend going for more memory.
Yeah. Well, at least
if you're going for gaming, you're going to want a big beefy CPU and a big beefy graphics card, and there you go. And a decent motherboard. I have to learn how to make
a little laptop that's not all my gaming is retro and console, or other than the Wii U, which is going that way. So I don't really play PC games really. So I've just got a crappy little laptop, but it does everything I need it to do right now. So I can't afford to like lose this laptop or do anything that might potentially break it.
That's kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am with this laptop, except I'm lucky because I'm going to know how to fix them, so yay!
Freaking computers, I'll tell you what.
I've got to learn how to do laptops, but meh.
Yeah, there you go. PC repair, man. Let's make a few bucks doing that. Alright, I have one more point of interest in the Darren intro section. Darren, what do you think about this Vancouver Retro Gaming Expo? It seems like no one wants to go to it.
I think part of it is that right now, myself, I'm not super interested because I'm still replenishing the war funds from the Japan trip. And
Sure.
it's just part of it is I don't really need any particular games in my collection right now, so I'm not even sure I'd buy I'd buy much going over. And especially the whole press pass situation thing's a little discouraging as well.
Did they not get back to you, Ethan?
No.
Yeah. I see how it is. Yeah, I don't know. I know our friends over in the Rockies don't seem to be all that interested. Although they're super hyped for the other one, the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. But I don't know. I'm kind of in the same boat. I want to be hyped for it, but it's like $20 to get in. You gotta pay for the ferry and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if it's worth the trouble. I do want to see their new setup though, because the last time we were there, like you remember how dark it was.
Oh, it was so dark. The video, I remember I just gave up on taking a video because all my footage is so dark.
Yeah, mine was like that as well. My camera hates dark lighting too. It's definitely meant for outdoors. I don't know, it might be cool. I think Gamester 81 is going to be there, so if you guys like that guy. He looks a bit like the old Incredible Hulk. He seems like a cool guy, not like Gamester. Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. It's a definite maybe. Actually, that's coming up next month. But the toy show in Victoria is coming up almost a week tomorrow. So that's two big events in 1 month. I'll talk about more of that at the end of the show, then, or what you're looking forward to. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a wait and see how much money I have, how much energy I have, that sort of thing. I wonder if Fitnet. I think Fitnet was saying he always goes. Oh, we'll see. Alright, that about does it for our intro, which means it is time for what you've been playing, what you've been watching, and then after that we will take our recess, and then after that we'll get to our main topic right away, because there's so much to discuss. But first of all, what you been playing, what you been watching, what you been reading, what you been listening, what you been buying. I've got my name first, but we'll do me last. Yoshi has stuff. AC and Darren have nothing.
Nothing that you can see.
There you go. They're keeping their cards hidden. So Yoshi, tell us about this brand new Star Fox game that just came out for the Wii U.
Well, it's an actual Star Fox game, and it's pretty hard.
Oh.
As in, you can instantly pick up and play it, but the problem is, like, mastering the controls for it is going to take a while because it takes a lot of concentration. Because you have to focus on both the screen and the gamepad and flying around on the screen, tracking your enemies, and while like glancing down at the gamepad and aiming where you want to fire. So it's like it's cool. They give you a ton of control, and it feels like you're actually piloting the air R-wing and like everything else, but it's just really hard to get used to it, and I can see why a lot of people are going to be turned off by the mandatory motion control scheme.
Did you ever play Kid Icarus Uprising?
No, I haven't.
That was like my whole issue with the game is I wanted to like it so much. It had great graphics, great music, a really fun gameplay system, but I could not get around the controls, and I just could not enjoy the game because of it. And it sounds like Star Fox kind of has that problem. That's
what it's going to be. If you can get past the control scheme and learn the control scheme, the game is brilliant. It's a great Star Fox game. From what I've played, I've only played through a few stages, but it feels like Star Fox. Which I haven't been this excited about a Star Fox game since Star Fox 64 came out. So that says something. I mean, I got used to the motion controls really easily, so it's not that big of a problem for me.
And is this more or less a remastered 64 Star Fox 64?
It's like a reboot.
Yeah, it's Star Fox. It's like, you know how they do the Mario Karts and every new console they came out with another Mario Kart?
Sure.
It's kind of what it feels like. It's a Star Fox game. It feels like they made some like successor or whatever to Star Fox 64, but it's not a successor, it's not a sequel, it doesn't seem to be anything like that. It's just like, we're going to retell the story again. You know how Nintendo works.
Yeah.
Wasn't Star Fox 64 basically a reboot of the SNES
Yes.
Star Fox as well? So basically, it's just the reset button every single time. So
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Hit the
Nintendo.
reset button again, and here's a new Star Fox game. but it's good. If you like Star Fox and you're willing to give the motion control scheme a try, because the left stick controls the R wing, the right stick is like your boost, your brake, and your like barrel roll right and left, and like tilt right and left, and then you aim with the controls with the whole gamepad. Apparently, there's also a two-player mode where you can like have one player aim with the gamepad and the other player fly the R wing. So that might be cool for some people. I don't know. I haven't played it yet.
It's an option. Dean in the chat says you can turn off motion controls.
Only sometimes. Only sometimes. If you're in all range mode, you have to use them. So at least that's what I think it was.
Did you play the other game yet? Did you get the 2-pack where it's like two of the cases in the one thing?
Yes, I did.
And how is Five Nights at Slippy's?
I haven't touched it yet.
Oh, that's too bad.
It hasn't made it into my console.
Yeah.
Much like Twilight Princess HD, which I bought the day it came out somehow. Because I wandered into a GameStop, and it was sitting there with the Wolf Amiibo, and I'm like, I must have this. Here's my money.
Buy me, Yoshi, buy me.
Mm-hmm.
The games are talking to me again.
I haven't bought much of anything lately. It's kind of refreshing.
But
I feel
hey,
like I have enough now, and it's really strange and stupid.
most of what I've been buying is like electronics test equipment and stuff like that. So like, I don't think I should go into it because I think not many people will understand what I'm talking about.
There are other live
It's
streamers
just-
who know about that in detail.
It's like test equipment to like see what circuits are doing. So
Okay.
stuff like that. But
Yoshi, do
other than
you
that,
do you watch a guy called a Game Tech US or USA?
Yes,
think it's
I
called on YouTube. Yeah, me
yes,
too.
I do.
That guy's
I
so
watch
cool.
him. I watch EEV blog. There's just like a bunch of electronics channels I watch on YouTube. That's
Yeah.
actually the majority of what I've been watching lately is just electronics channels on YouTube, but which is helpful because it lets me get a bit ahead of like some of the people in my class, and I have all these little tidbits of information of like real practical electronics information that most people in my class just don't know. Because I've been like, every time you sit and watch one of those electronics videos on YouTube, you're going to learn something.
Oh yeah,
It
like
may
these guys
be
know what
only,
they're
like,
talking about.
A lot of them do, and that's where I've learned a lot of stuff. Is like, so it's like it's worth watching them. If you're
Yeah,
interested
I'll
in
just
getting
stick it
started
on
in
and just-
electronics, if you're interested in getting into electronics, go watch some stuff on YouTube. It's probably the quickest, the easiest, and the funnest way to learn. Also, try hands-on stuff first, because if you just dive right into the math, you're gonna get alienated.
See, I am all hands-on. I know none of the math. All my console modding and all my electronics work is just purely just working it out. Like, occasionally I'll have to, like, work out what kind of resistor I need, and, oh, yeah, maybe I need to change this transistor or something like that. But that is the limit of the mathematical knowledge, and everything else is just pure experience and just watching stuff off YouTube.
Yeah, I'm having to learn all the math because I'm going to college for it.
Yeah.
So it's a whole other experience when you're like going into electronics engineering than if you're just modding stuff. If you just want to mod some stuff, go for it. Get yourself a decent soldering station, not an iron. The iron you're going to get in trouble with, but you know, get yourself a decent cheap soldering station and go for it. It's a lot of the stuff's not that hard. The worst that's going to happen is you break something.
Yeah. And I've broken many a thing. But you learn so much. Even when you break it, the chances are you might even be able to repair it.
Yep. Unless you do something stupid like completely break off the pin of an IC. That's a video encoder for a Sega 32X. Yeah, that one's not savable. I'm going to have to suck the chip off and find another IC.
I actually snapped
and the pad's screwed too, so...
I snapped a Master System, like a Sega Master System 2 board in half once, and managed to repair it. I managed, but the problem is, like, I actually managed to put it all back together, but then the holes didn't line up and the controller ports didn't line up, so basically had to snap the entire front of the console off just so I could
Oh,
reconnect
boy.
everything properly. But it worked.
It
It
turned
did
into
still
a
work.
rat's breakfast. It turned into a rat's breakfast.
It's usually not worth saving, but this one was one of the ones that had Sonic built into the system. So
Oh, wow.
if it was an Alex Kidd one, throw it out. But the Sonic ones, they're a little bit more valuable. So actually, yeah,
Broken
amazing.
PCB's not easy to fix.
No.
Broken PCB is like, yeah, I could sit here forever and run all these traces again by hand, or I could throw it out. How much is this console worth? Is it cheap or is it expensive? If it's expensive, sure. If it's cheap, like a Sega Genesis, I'm probably not going to bother to try and fix it, because no one's going to want to pay me what it's worth to fix it.
Yeah. But after a while, it annoys you, and then you think, I need to fix this. I've got to fix this. It's a
I
challenge.
got one sitting over here that's got like some dead traces on it. So I'm just going to like run ModWire and fix all the traces and like, is it working yet? No? Well, shit. Try again.
So, Star Fox.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. As far as what I've been watching, it's like I recently picked up Shirobako. I think that's how it's pronounced. I suck with pronunciations, by the way. It's pretty much a show about an anime studio that's making an anime, and yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a bit of that anime.
It's pretty good. Let's see.
Is it like
A
Genshiken?
certain what?
Is it like Genshiken? You haven't seen Genshiken?
Nope. I'm not sure what you're talking about right there.
Darren, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Never watched it.
Really? I figured Darren would have seen it.
So,
Well,
it's
you'd like
decent.
it. You'd like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it because let's just say a certain animator shows up in it, and they add like a C or a K in front of his name.
Cult.
So we might be talking about something they did a little bit later.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Alright. Would you recommend Star Fox for peoples?
If you can get past the motion controls, or you're willing to learn the motion controls, yes, go buy it. If you're not willing to get past motion controls, or you're one of those people who are like, I hate motion controls, or whatever, stay away. You're going to have a bad time. If you can't take motion controls, you're going to have a bad time.
Okay.
Yoshi, I have a quick question for you in regards to Star Fox. So, if you've never really played the games, are you better off just going and picking up Star Fox 64 as like a virtual console download or for the 3DS versus paying like $70 for the new Star Fox?
I'd say get the 3DS one.
You know, I don't know at that point. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that one.
I like this.
Yeah,
Super Nintendo.
because I haven't played the 3DS one, and I feel that the Star Fox 64 is actually still pretty hard to play today. Like, that's a difficult game to pilot and control. So, it's not like the Star Fox games have ever really been easy. Even Star Fox on the Super Nintendo I find to be a fairly challenging game.
Yeah.
Especially on the harder branches. Same with Star Fox 64. To really beat that game is really hard. You know, through the action, like the hardest path and everything else, and like completing everything is difficult. So it's Star Fox. You just have more control. That's all they've really done is give you more control and actually utilize the Wii U gamepad for everything it can do. Which is kind of like, okay, you know, you told Nintendo that they need to make games to utilize the Wii U gamepad, so Nintendo makes games to utilize the Wii U gamepad. And then people complain because it's really hard to like concentrate on the TV and the gamepad and controlling it and everything else all at the same time. So
hashtag the gamepad was a mistake.
Oh, boy. Dean wants us to know that Star Fox is going to be a cartridge club thingy. Or was it
There
already?
already was a cartridge club thingy.
Right.
So yeah, Star Fox
Episode 21.
Yeah.
That's that website that doesn't acknowledge that CAPMAX HYPECAST or the Gaming Pilgrimage podcast.
Oh man.
You know,
Oh,
the
man.
Media Mavens, they should have jumped up there real quick with their whole one
We know-
episode.
I think we know who to go at with that.
Dean, because
Might
he's
be
here watching
watching
right
right
now.
now.
He's more than aware of our presence. I blame the MIA P1. Whatever that guy is on his vacation. His European vacation. You know, that P1 character is in the Navy. He kind of makes me want to go to the Navy. If I were in the West Coast Navy, would I be able to visit Japan? Just because we, like, boat over there for whatever reason that Navy goes to places?
You know,
I
it
wonder.
probably doesn't work like that.
Maybe it
It'd probably
does.
just
We don't
go.
know. You weren't there.
For all we know, they could just like spin a board and like throw darts at it, and wherever it lands is where you're stuck.
Oh yeah, I was watching Cabin Boy. We were talking about it on Twitter. That's probably what the Navy's like. That's a funny movie. All right,
I don't think their advertisement is join the Navy, get a free holiday. Where would you like to go?
You know, you're probably
Lots of
gonna have to
pressure. Yeah, I don't know.
probably make you a bunch of work.
I know that people in the Navy are bad drivers because we get a lot of their busted up cars at work. But anyways, all right, good stuff. Thank you for that Star Fox discussion, Yoshi. Let's pop on over to AC. What have you got for us? What you been playing? What you been watching?
I haven't been doing a whole lot of playing recently because I'm in the process of moving my games room into the garage to make room for upcoming baby. So,
Oh boy.
yeah. The good news is that the garage is much bigger, and we have brick pillars at the back, and between those pillars we put up shelving. So now all of my retro games are just all in these shelves, and it looks really neat, really tidy, and it looks pretty cool.
Nice.
So I need to move all of my consoles, and I have a lot of consoles, basically, into the other room. And of course, behind those consoles are about 2 kilometers worth of cables, which I need to figure out, untangle, and move. So, you know, after it's set up, it'll be good, but it's going to take me a couple of full days to get everything into the other place and get it set up, I think, into the garage. That said, though, Rob did come over for a Pure Gaming's Day. I showed him a bit of Link to the Past because he's never seen that before, which was pretty fun. And I have a chipped PS1, so we played the Japanese version of Point Blank, the classic shooter game with the icon, which in Japan is called Gun Bullet, which is kind of maybe even better than Point Blank. And we played Point Blank 2 as well. So it was just like a fun day because my CRT is actually pretty big. So we just took a couple of steps back and had fun shooting the screen. They're fun games. They're good games. Other than that, I played before my arcade game broke. I was playing Street Fighter 2 while my wife was at her baby shower. The husbands of some of the friends, some of the people who went to her baby shower came over to my house, and we just like had a couple of 6-packs of beer and just turned Street Fighter 2 on and just went crazy. And it was great because we were all fairly evenly matched. So someone would stay there for like maybe 2 or 3 rounds, and then you'd figure out a character to beat them, and you'd get them off, and then you'd stay on for a while. And so it was fun just kind of hanging out and drinking and playing Street Fighter 2. And it was the original Street Fighter 2, the World Warrior, like none of the upgraded stuff, just pure undiluted Street Fighter. And other than that, I played and finished a game by Capcom, I think, in the arcade, I think it was just called Nemo or something, but it might have a different name on the NES, but basically you're like a kid in a dream.
Yeah, little
kind of like a platform shooter.
Nemo the Dream Master? Little
yes,
Nemo the Dream Master?
Yeah. On my arcade, it's just called Nemo, I think. I don't know whether that was just the arcade name, but it was a good game. Like I just played it because I'd never heard of it before. And it's not a particularly hard game and not a particularly long game, which when you're playing an arcade is actually sometimes what you want. Like if you just kind of want to sit down and play through a game, and the graphics were good, the gameplay was good, shooting was good, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that game, and I'd probably play it again with 2 players.
Did you know there's an anime movie on it?
No, I did not. I know nothing about that game. Like, other than it was a Capcom game that may have been popular. I don't think it came out in Australia. A lot of those games don't come out over here.
Yeah. It's actually based on a really old comic strip.
Yeah, I did. Someone on Twitter pointed that out to me. Actually, may have even been you. But it was. Yeah, I was actually quite impressed by that game. I thought it was just fun. Sometimes, you know, you just play something, you just go, yeah, this is a good time. You know, there's not a lot to say about it other than that. It's got tight controls, good shooting, and very colorful. And you just go, yeah, fun time, good stuff.
Do you like take over animals in that one, like you might in the NES game, or is it? Mentioned shooting. There's not necessarily shooting. You kind of just throw candies at animals. And
it's
bodies.
I mean, you say shooting, but it's actually like a short range. You've got like a short range staff or something like that kind of fires fireworks a couple of feet in front of you.
Okay. You get that at the end of the NES game.
Oh, okay. This was at the beginning of the arcade, yeah. So yeah, I had a lot of fun playing that. And sometimes because there's like 1,066 games, I'll randomly just play one for whatever reason, just to see what it's like. I played and finished the beautiful soldier Sailor Moon.
Yeah, the Final Fight-ish one.
Yeah, the beat 'em up.
Shoujo something.
Nice. Is that the one where everything pauses when you use your special attack?
Bishojo Shonen, Bishono something or other, Sailor Moon, and yeah, it's not a great game. It's very it's really difficult, to be honest. Like, even with unlimited credits, you just fight the same guys over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And then you start fighting humans, I think, at one point or something, and then you get to the end, and then you're just kind of over it by that stage. So I did finish it, but I couldn't recommend it. And I think I know why it never, as far as I know, left Japan.
Yeah.
Isn't there a Super Famicom port of that?
There is this. I'm not sure if there's a.
Because I know there's a Super Famicom Sailor Moon beat 'em up, and I know it's really bad.
That might be that. I've got the fighting game for Sailor Moon for Super Famicom, which
If you want a Sailor
friend...
Moon game for your Super Famicom, you probably want to go with the RPG.
Yeah, probably. The fighting game is actually pretty good, but the fighting game is really hard as well. Like, it's one of those things that you think, oh yeah, this will be a cakewalk, but it's not. It's like it's a really serious fighting game where all the characters, like they have heavy characters, light characters, and combos and stuff like that, and it's really hard. And my wife loved that game, and she's really good at games.
Yeah.
But it means that if I play with her, I can't win, and she's really good at that game, and she can't even beat it.
Nice. I like the Game Boy games. I used to play those on emulator back in the day. It's one of those games where you do like a weird map screen. You kind of walk around. It's like a side scroller, but you can talk to people. So I just kept talking to everyone until you can play the game. And then when you play the game, it's just your basic side scroll. It's pretty neat.
I've got that game, yeah.
Sailor Moon experience.
I'm not actually a big Sailor Moon fan. I just have all of this weird, like, because I get a whole bunch of Game Boy games from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Sailor Moon is inevitably part of that bunch for whatever reason.
For sure. For sure. Alright, good stuff. Anything else you wanted to do?
No, I haven't been watching too much stuff recently. I've just been kind of preparing for my baby Geddon, I suppose.
Rob's been going through the exact same thing, right? So I guess
yeah,
he'll be an asset once the baby drops. Don't drop the baby.
Yeah, that's I've been going to the baby classes at night, and basically they teach you how not to kill said baby,
nice.
Which is what all those classes are like. There's really detailed information for the women, and for the men they just go, don't drop the baby, okay? Don't draw on your babies. Don't draw penises on your baby's face.
Aww.
Because you think it's funny.
Lesson 3: do not draw this on your baby.
Yeah.
But she fell asleep. It's the law. You have to draw a penis on her face.
Throw the baby up in the air, a la Dance Magic.
I'll get so many retweets on Twitter if I show this.
Just hanging over a balcony, just, hey, here's my baby. All's well and good.
Give them inappropriate things to pose with. And take pictures.
The most pointy Transformers you can find.
Steve, I'm going to have to borrow your GoBot.
Oh, by the way, for anyone who was listening and had no idea what we were talking about earlier, my GoBot that I was showing off is like this weird, really spooky-looking, like doesn't really move much, but he turns into a gun or a rifle. But the first thing you do is you pull his handle down, which is also looks like a penis. So if anyone was wondering why there was cause for concern, like the first thing you do is pretty much whip it out, and then the transformation goes from there. But anyways, all right, Darren, do you have some games and shows you'd like to discuss?
Sure, I'll be pretty quick though, since I already talked about Vanquish and Melty Blood, which were the main things I've been playing on the back burner. I've been started watching some Cowboy Bebop again this week. I was rewatching that. I'm about halfway through that series. It's held up quite well.
For sure.
I've only ever seen it once prior, so it's a good watch, I'm sure. But anyone who knows anything about anime has probably already seen that.
Probably. Yeah.
And then I started watching some of the new spring anime, and one of the shows I've been really enjoying. That's only I think it has 3 episodes out now. It's called Cabinery of the Iron Fortress, and it is created by Studio Wit, who is known for the Attack on Titan animation. And essentially, they've been working on this for quite some time, and they've just released it. And it's very similar to Attack on Titan, but just, in my opinion, far more interesting.
Yeah.
Is this the steampunk one, like with a train or something?
Yeah,
like that?
that's it. So essentially, it's like an 18th century Japan where there's a zombie outbreak going on, except these zombies have like iron in their blood, and so they're incredibly durable. And so people can't really kill them, so they pretty much just have the cycle of running away from them and like relocating. And similar to Attack on Titan, all the towns are divided by giant walls. And the only way to get to each different town is through these giant, massive armored trains. And so that's where it kind of all gets it all comes together there. And then the main character essentially develops the first weapon that can actually kill these corpses.
But they've got like lots of iron in them, so I just get a giant magnet. Problem solved.
In 18th century Japan, yes.
Spoiler alert. That happens in the movie.
I just like to think that's how they're going to solve all their problems. One giant horseshoe-shaped magnet.
Perfect.
Hopefully it doesn't collapse into the weight of all the dead people. But yeah, it's really good. The animation is absolutely fantastic. I hope they can keep it up all the way through the entire season because it's at such a high level that it's... you think a studio would be risking their budget, but you don't know. So far it's really good, and it's really fun premise. It's a lot better. It's executed really well. Like on paper, it's just like, oh, it's Attack on Titan again, but the execution's there, and it's really good so far. So hopefully that will continue to be good throughout the rest of the season. And then the other major show I've been watching is JoJo Season 4, or Diamond is Unbreakable.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably the most fabulous season of JoJo so far. Because the main character, Josuke, is all about looks, and that guy loves his hair.
Yeah, with the hat that becomes the hair.
No, that's Jotaro.
Oh.
And it's even more confusing now because his hat's white, but his hair's black, but somehow it's still like combined.
Yeah.
It's really weird. It's very bizarre, some might say.
There you go.
But aside from like the rampant censoring, that's just, I don't know why they censor JoJo, but they do. And then so aside from that, it's still really quirky and a good watch. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been up to.
Very good. I haven't watched anime in ages. I kind of wanted to actually, our next episode of the CAPMAX HYPECAST, our depressing sci-fi episode, I was tempted to watch both Lane and Elfenlied again. Now there's anime for you. Mm-hmm.
And only one of those is good.
Oh, which one?
I'll leave that up to you to figure out.
Lane's good. I like Lane.
What was the first one?
Andrew answered correctly.
Oh, you don't like Elfenlied?
Elfenlied is so bad.
It's awesome.
Popular outside of Japan, but nobody inside Japan has ever heard of it.
What?
It's like that a lot with anime.
People just liked it because it had like a lot of edgy scenes of people getting like cut in half, and then when you actually go to rewatch it, it's crap.
Yeah.
Problem is,
I remember
like they did, but there's never been anything since.
That's
Remember that
exciting.
one little girl, like 20 of the spooky invisible arms? That was hardcore. Remember they cut off the arms and legs of that one girl? She's just lying there. Man, that's like the end of Evangelion. But we'll get to that.
Okay. According to Steven, Elfenlied on the same level as Eva.
I
Bad,
didn't say that. Well,
bad,
no,
Steven.
it's pretty good. Okay, anyways. That about does it for everyone's Twitch. As always, you're watching, it must be my turn, so I've been watching movies. I haven't been playing much games at all, honestly. I do have one game here, Minecraft. We'll talk more about that. But I'll just go down the list as I have it. Who here has even seen Jupiter Ascending? Anybody? Did anyone watch this movie?
I heard it had it had such bad acting. It's amazing.
Well, it's got like Channing Tatum and Mila Kunis. So I don't know what kind of acting you'd expect.
It's the bad guy. He's like so over the top. I've heard it's like really enjoyable to watch him.
Yeah, there's one bad guy who talks really low, and then he screams. He's either talking really low or screaming. It's the Wachowskis back for more. Those are the Matrix dudes. And I don't know. It's like I saw it, and it was a movie. It was an action-packed thrill ride in space. There's this girl who her dad dies for some reason, and she grows up. She's like a Russian immigrant, and she's a maid. And then, oh, by the way, here's aliens. They're trying to kill you. Why? Because apparently you're like princess of the known universe or something. And so, okay. So then this one guy saves her from other aliens, and then she goes off into space. And yeah, that was a movie, all right. I don't even know if I like it. You know those movies where you just see it, you're there, and then it's done, and then it's like, well, that was a movie.
Yeah.
This was one of those.
Just like Elf and Lied.
Oh.
Even the music in Elf and Lied was amazing. Yeah. There's nothing you can really say about it. It had a bunch of aliens. They were cool. There's like this super rich, ultra rich family who makes like you can live forever if you buy this powerful elixir they make, but they make it with people. Whoa! It's not a spoiler. It didn't really matter. And then she meets each of these three heads of this one family, and they're all a bit different. Like one's a crazy guy, one tries to trick her, one's just like, hey, how's it going? And then the Channing Tatum guy has the shoes that Shadow the Hedgehog has, so he's kind of like zipping around. So that's sort of something. I couldn't not think of Shadow the Hedgehog when I saw him. Kind of felt like it wanted to be like in that same realm as like a Star Trek or a Star Wars, something like that. Like the lore, so much lore, but I don't think anything will ever happen with it. So good effort, I guess. It's forgettable though. Okay, next thing I watched was It. Anyone here seen It? Have you seen it?
Not in a long time.
Yeah.
All I remember is it floats down here. Come float.
That's right. Did you know Tim Curry was the Pennywise?
I feel like I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it kind of does look a bit like Tim Curry.
Yeah. So what we figure is this must have been like a TV miniseries, because this is actually, like, I'm holding the DVD right now, and it's actually a double-sided disc because it's pretty long. The story of these kids, not unlike the Goonies or something, who, well, wouldn't you know it, there's this spooky ghost in town that's killing off all the other kids. And then eventually they defeat it, but not completely, and then it comes back when they're adults, so they have to go back to where they grew up, and they have to fight it all over again. And I guess it's an all-star cast. I mean, all-star for the 80s. You got your John Ritter and the judge from Night Court. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Not a whole lot you can say without spoiling it. There's nothing really to spoil. There's like
I think there was a whole bunch of Stephen King miniseries that came out kind of around the mid-90s, early 90s era.
I think
where he was such a hot property that they just, especially after Stand By Me kind of went gold, they went, hey, this guy has a lot of good stuff, and they just kept making miniseries like The Langoliers and It, and there are a few other ones that escape me right now, but I remember it was one of those things that I think it was... we weren't allowed to watch it, so it was always one of those things that one of our friends videotaped it, and then like we'd go around to his house, and then when everyone went to bed, like we'd, then we'd watch it, and we're always disappointed that it wasn't scary enough, because it's not like a horror movie in the traditional sense. It's more kind of suspense and playing off that rather than just like hack and slash horror, which is what you want when you're young.
Yeah. That blood and guts. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's weird though, because by the end of the movie you find out he's not a ghost clown at all. He's something completely different. I don't really understand why they went that route. Like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of cool what happens, but it's like Really? This is where you went with this? It could have been a fun, spooky clown guy who died a million years ago. Now he's like a vengeful poltergeist. But it definitely twists more towards the sci-fi than the spectral. And I'm not sure why it does that. But otherwise, I mean, Stephen King's It, pretty cool. I'd say recommend. I'd recommend it. Check it out again. Dean in the chat wants us to know that he recently finished watching Abenobashi Mafo Shotengai. I think that's the one about the kids who they go to like the strip mall. You guys see that one? I've seen that one. I think that's also by Guy Next.
No.
Just
It doesn't
Abenobashi.
sound familiar.
It's pretty good. I saw that before. I think I have it on DVD. And Yoshi claims it's going to be a long episode, probably. Round 2 Gaming says Tommy Knockers. Good movie, apparently. I've not seen that. Alright, where's my list here? Okay, it's good. So I watched Justice League versus Teen Titans. That's the latest DC animated movie. Pretty good. They certainly love this Damian Wayne kid. Because in every Justice League, or even just DC animated movie I've seen that's related in any way to Batman lately, they're almost always talking about Damian Wayne. I don't get that. Any of you guys seen this one yet? Catching up on the latest DC animated
No,
movie?
I haven't seen that one.
I mean, it was cool. There's a scene where this kid who's got like a beetle for a backpack that also gives him superpowers.
Oh, Blue Beetle?
Yeah. Maybe. Is he a Teen Titan?
I'm pretty sure he's been part of like every DC team.
I think it was Mexican or something.
Yeah, that's Blue Beetle.
Okay. There's this one scene where he's fighting Damien because, you know, he's a stuck-up little shit and he hates everyone. So he, like, fights him to the death with a sword, and then the beetle, like, shoots a huge laser at his face and he almost dies. And it's like, yes! Best scene in the movie. But then Raven heals him with Raven healing powers, and then he's like, oh, you almost killed me. I kind of like you. And Beast Boy. Starfire isn't the same age as everyone. Now she's like this weird parental figure, which I didn't really understand. I don't know what the official lore is. I mostly just know it from the cartoon series they did with Teen Titans.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's a fun show. Yeah, this is cool. If you've seen that show, yeah, I'd recommend checking this out as well. There is one scene where adult Starfire is just sort of rolling around wearing just like a towel, and she's talking to Nightwing at the time. And he's like, whoa. He's zooming right in on his little Skype camera. That's kind of a cute scene. Anyways, you know, same old. They fight Raven's dad, who's basically Satan. And at one point, demons take over Superman and Wonder Woman and The Flash. And that can't be good. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's one scene where Superman does return to his senses, and to stop Demon Flash, he breaks his leg, which is just like, oh shit! He just like steps on his leg when he's running really fast. It's like, ah! That brought the demons out. Beat the devil out. Oh, gross. Yeah, been spending a whole lot of time and effort and money on toys lately. Gaming, that's old school. Who cares anymore? Toys are the future. Gaming is dead. Next gen still hasn't started. Maybe when 4.5 PlayStation comes out, maybe then.
Oh my lord! It's been like 2 years into the new console's life.
And they still haven't started. Yeah.
Gaming is dead. Does that mean you're sending off your games to everybody else?
Basically, I'm actually. I sold a couple NES games.
Hey, I asked. Did you actually get rid of some of that should I keep it pile?
Well, round two gaming says he's been super disappointed with DC lately, probably because of Damian Wayne. Yeah, games. I'm trying to get through them. I'm trying to actually play through some of them. They encroach upon my very existence. Silver Surfer. You guys played Silver Surfer? Someone offered me. The guy that I sold my games, he said he was looking for Silver Surfer on the NES. You know, like video game nerd would say it's horrible, but then you got people like the LJ and Defender who says it's pretty good. I don't know. I'll play it eventually. But yeah, toys. I don't know. It's fun. I blame Angry Canadian Decepticon, but I've been going hard on the robots, be it GoBots or Transformers. I'm liking GoBots quite a bit because they're more metal than the old Transformers were, and they're a lot cheaper.
Shit, I think I used to have that one when I was a kid. My parents were too damn cheap to buy, you know, actual Transformers, so I got GoBots.
GoBots.
And I think I actually had that one there, but without the stickers, or the stickers had been pulled off or something.
these are all American stickers.
Fighter plane that was like really easy to transform. But I remember it was like diecast or something.
Yeah. These GoBots, man, they're quality products. I mean, like you said, they're simple transformations compared to a lot of the Transformers, but it's almost all metal. It's really impressive. But the great thing about GoBots over Transformers is that they're a lot cheaper. Like, this is one of the more recent ones I picked up. This is Space Sea. They've got such stupid names, but like I got this for under $10, and it's a super GoBot, and they're pretty good shape. It's by Bandai, 1986, Japan. Pretty durable toys. But yeah, man, those old Transformers were super expensive. Out of control, those prices. I have the global shipping program mentioned here. I recently did a video on that. Long story short, sometimes you can buy stuff online, usually from the US, and it might mention the global shipping program, which basically means you'll spend more, and the package will take longer to get to you, and I don't really see any benefit whatsoever to the global shipping program. So I would generally suggest you avoid purchases that mention that, because...
Good to know.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a choice in Australia. I think if something is shipped internationally, I just think it's always the global shipping program for us. That's just how it works if you live in Australia.
Yeah.
If you buy something from the US.
Gamer was also saying that, which I thought was interesting. Like in Canada, we usually have it. Well, it depends on the seller. I think they are the ones that choose whether or not to do it. But it's weird. Like, I heard they repackaged and reshipped everything, but that video I did on my channel, CAPMAX, the YouTube channel, that looked just like whatever the original guy would have sent. So I don't know. Maybe they just opened it, saw the thingies, put like an extra piece of paper in the top, and then sent it away, and it's just an extra step that's unnecessary. I see no benefit to global shipping. As far as I could see, maybe it depends what you order. I don't know. I've heard lots of horror stories, though.
It can't be worse than customs. It was like, we gotta open up your box to see what's inside.
It's weird. I've only once been dinged at the post office. I think it was like a purchase I made over $100, and sometimes they will occasionally expect you to pay something on top of that. It's like I said, a customs thing, which is super lame. But GSP always makes you pay an extra amount. So, not recommended.
So, yeah.
And finally, I've still been playing a lot of Minecraft. And I've still been listening to the Mary Poppins soundtrack while I do it. It's some good-ass music right there.
boy.
Yeah, that Minecraft. When you have like an unlimited amount of world to explore, there's just... it never ends. I've been going through a very unfortunate situation where I make a base. The whole thing is like hunting, crafting, making stuff, whatever. I just like to explore, though, because you never know what's going to show up next. But then I'll walk away too far, and then I can't find the base. So I've made several bases now. There's a desert base. There's like a mountain base. There's the one I was working on, which I've been calling the Mary Poppins base, because that's when I started listening to that music. And I can't find the Mary Poppins base. I'm trying to find it. I found a rock formation. Looks like a cock and balls, and there's even like a waterfall going down the... Anyways, I took a picture. I can post that. Yeah, Minecraft, super good game. You hear about people like, oh, we just built the Starship Enterprise, or we built all of Game of Thrones in Minecraft. But you don't need to do that. You can just play the game and walk around and explore, and that's what I like. And it's still super scary, but not as scary if you're listening to Mary Poppins music. There's a spooky hell dimension you can visit if you do certain things, make a portal, and I made that. And they've upgraded that, so now there's more stuff in there. And I found like it's all dark and like there's no sky. It's like you're all literally in hell. There's these spooky giant ghost things that spit fire at you. If you hit the fire, a la Legend of Zelda and Ganon, you can knock the fire back at them. Pretty cool. Now there's these structures made by someone. I don't know. And there's I have a little figure. This little like yellow guy. He spits fire. But there's shields now, and you can block fireballs. And it's cool. Minecraft. I think that game is gonna do okay. I think they got themselves $1 billion property with that Minecraft. Okay, that's about it. So we are now wrapping up which one playing, which one watching, which means it is time for our first recess. And after that, we are jumping right into our main topic, which is Evangelion, the rebuild movies 1 to 3. And yeah, we'll see you guys in a moment. Alright, so I'm stopping recording, but we are leaving the YouTube thing going, so everyone can now use the washroom, get a drink, whatever, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Sound good?
Yep. Good.
Cool. And thanks to everyone who's watching live. We have round 2. Yeah, that's maybe it. I'm gonna put another 2 there. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm looking forward to this one. Oh,
Oh man, he left his dummy there for us.
Hmm? Who left his what?
He left a dummy there for us. For us.
Tell me where. Oh,
Bleh. Bleh, bleh,
perfect. I'm gonna leave that on there.
bleh.
Yes,
What?
very good.
Oh, great.
Johnny 5 is alive. If he moves,
Better
let me
watch
know.
myself. I better watch those. Might end up on, yeah, who knows.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna use the washroom. Ah. Ugh. Ain't anybody back yet? Nobody back. Where is the... Click that. Mm-hmm. Oh, she needed it. I'm gonna play with toys. If you know, I'm gonna get something to eat.
What?
You know, talking to anyone that's viewing. Which might just be Dean. You don't watch Game of Thrones, do you, actually?
Nope.
Okay.
The, only TV I watch is, like, wrestling and anime.
Mhm.
And I watch much else on TV, and I'm just bored instantly and turn it off.
Pretty cool show, though. Got dragons and nipples, and there's a robot.
Oh, everybody kept telling me to watch Game of Thrones, but the problem I had was it's too long.
Yep.
It's going on way too long. That and my buddy told me, you're probably not going to like the TV show, so just watch the book. And he's probably right. I'm not going to like the TV show because it's going to go on too long. And I'm probably going to get bored with it. So, I don't know. I don't know how I can watch really long anime and be perfectly fine with it, yet TV shows I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it just depends what interests you at the time.
Or in general, I
Funny, I
just,
haven't watched yet. I don't even have cable.
I don't have cable. I don't have television.
Mhm.
Well, I do, but I don't have a remote for it, so it's like I bum a remote from my brother once a week to watch wrestling.
Mhm.
So, whatever.
I don't know if I have anything to eat. Hold on, let me go back.
Oh boy, gotta have the foods. Oh boy.
Potatoes.
What, is this gonna turn into STC pod here?
Yeah, burping and farting.
And eating?
Oh, I know. Yum, yum.
Better watch it. Might end up with sound bites on a certain show.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that won't hurt.
I don't know if anyone actually watches these whole raw episodes anyways.
Well, they pretty. Do they stay up?
Yeah,
Ah.
yeah, but we are still alive as far as HYPECAST Raw is concerned. So don't wave your clock around too much. Oh, no. This is where everyone leaves. Like, this show's stupid. I could stream on Twitch as well, but I like to just save to the channel anyways. Convenient. I've been waiting to discuss Eva 3 with people for months. Darren, you're stupid. Doesn't like Elven Lead. Have you seen that yet?
Me? I've seen Elfen Lied. I watched that a long time ago. I don't remember all of it, but I just remember it was really gory and that one girl had some problems.
Yeah.
And by some problems, I mean a lot of problems.
Yeah.
It's like almost like she was full on Yander. Yander? Yander?
Yeah. Well, they shoot her in the head, and then she goes with amnesia for a while.
They shoot her in the head?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched that in a while, so I don't remember.
You're talking about Lucy, right, the main character?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That
the first
girl's messed
episode.
up.
Yeah, she escapes from the spooky psychic girl ward, and then one guy shoots her in the head, and then she loses her memory of everything.
Mm.
So then when the main guy finds her, she's just like, oh, I'm just a cute anime girl, tee.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
I don't know.
show is crazy. Like that girl who loses her arms and legs, like they could make
That show was nuts, but I don't know if I want to go back and rewatch it now.
Yeah. It's super depressing, that's for sure. And
Oh,
it is
man.
sci-fi.
Did Andrew turn into a robot?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Yeah, he totally turned into a robot.
He's flipping us off. I'm surprised they haven't rebooted Short Circuit yet. How about it, Andrew? Could you imagine a Short Circuit reboot?
They've tried, haven't they? I keep hearing rumors that they keep getting, they keep trying to reboot it, and then they don't, and then they do, and they can't find the right director. They're changing directors. It's in development hell.
They're going to make him a robot female this thing.
It won't work. I mean, the classic Johnny Five is just so breakable, awesome,
Yeah.
and breakable.
Well, he's breakable too. Remember that part in the second movie?
Oh man, I was like a kid. I was such a young kid when I saw that. That fucked me up.
No, not Johnny 5.
No, disassemble number 5.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Johnny 5 is alive.
one of those has one of the most racist characters ever, which was Fisher Stevens was actually like browning up and playing an Indian guy.
I mean, the
The
main
Indian
guy?
is actually the Indian guy in Short Circuit is not Indian. He's like a white guy who brown faced up.
Mm. Well, if you want the job done right.
So,
That is
Oh,
actually
boy.
a topic we could do. And I don't care.
Reboot.
What's in the shell business with the? Oh no, she's white. Reboot. There is a
Jeez.
thing.
Yeah.
There is a reboot on the way. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm so happy about that Ghost in the Shell movie.
Yeah.
We can talk about interesting news.
Yeah.
I'll wait till it comes out. You know, like it might. I don't know. It probably won't be great, but it might be all right.
Yeah.
I probably won't go watch it. Because if I did, I'd just get, like, annoyed. I think.
At the library, I'll probably watch it, just like every movie. I can't think of a movie I'd want to bother to see in theaters anymore. Maybe the next Alien movie, but probably not even that.
The only movie I've seen in theaters in 5-6 years probably has been the Star Wars movie that just came out last year.
Yeah.
So, it came out last year. It now is out on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever format we're using now.
Yeah.
I
I gotta
haven't kept
mention
up
that
with
damn,
the
but I've
time.
got the Good Dinosaur right here. Like this, didn't the Good Dinosaur just come out and that's already out on DVD and Blu-ray? It's crazy. They don't waste time anymore.
Fancy disc-based things.
Mm-hmm.
No tape.
Darren, you here? Darren's not here. He's dropping a deuce.
Mm.
He's dancing. Whee!
He needs a hero.
Yeah.
So
Honestly,
is there much really to even discuss in the first movie? Does anything actually happen?
The thing about Evangelion is that no matter what the continuity is, what tier you go to, they pretty much all start the same way.
Yeah.
The only difference is in the manga, Rei actually goes out in Unit 1 first. Like the reason like Rei is so fucked up in the manga is that which I think actually came out just before the anime went to air. Obviously, the anime was made first in production first, but the manga came out a little bit before. But yeah, she actually went out in Unit 1 first, and Unit 1 had its ass kicked, and they brought it back, and then said, "All right, Shinji, your turn," because Unit 0 was still in cryostasis or whatever.
Mm.
So that's like one difference, but other than that, like I don't.
You're a robot. Robots are fun, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only Transformer I own is Optimus
He's gonna
Prime.
get you. I'll get you. Yeah, I'll get you.
I'll get you.
When you're she with
Oh, boy.
robots.
I don't have a Cobos.
Isn't this thing grotesque? Look at his face. This is how you know you're too deep into it.
Okay, I'm back.
Did I just freeze? Can you guys hear me?
Huh?
Uh-oh. Hold on.
I can still hear you.
Okay, my screen just went dead for a second.
Glitches, man.
I'm
Glitches.
just gonna minimize that. Oh wait, something's going on. There's a warning symbol. Not very specific though, is it? Thanks, Windows 10. Alright. So Darren's back.
Yep.
Back street. Let's see, is the stream still going?
I might have
Seems
to
like
duck
it.
out at one stage very quickly if my wife calls me. So just keep talking and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, so everyone's back though?
Yep.
Yep.
Hopefully I stay awake.
Well, this is one of the good stuff before it starts. I like that crap we just said.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm recording now for the audio segment, and the video should still be going. I'm
Seems
gonna
like it
check
is.
out real quick. Videos still open. Okay.
Wait, Yoshi, you thought the Ghost in the Shell TV show was crap?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Oh my
I
god!
haven't watched it since I was like 14, so
You got to give it another try. It's so good.
it might have been like me being 14 and being like, "What the hell is all this crap?" And seeing the dubbed version of it, being like, "I don't get it." What the
Dude, I'd say the dub for
I
Ghost
like
in the Shell
14-year-old
is way
Yoshi's
better.
voice. I think that's hilarious. Oh boy, kind of sounds like Mickey Mouse.
Basically. Alright, we're back. So we were, during our recess, we were discussing whether or not we wanted to talk about the Ghost in the Shell live action thing. We'll leave it for the end if we have time, if we still care.
Probably not.
Yeah. We already have more Eva talking interesting news anyways. Alright, so we are back and now ready for our main topic of Evangelion, the rebuild. There's 3 movies we will discuss. Before we get to those, though, if there's anyone has anything they want to mention that they may have forgotten or that they later remembered that they want to talk about in the original series, by all means, let us know. On our show plan here, I left all the last episode, our discussion points in there as well. Otherwise, everyone pretty good with what we
I
said.
think the topics you have are pretty much going to cover everything that we could
Yeah.
say, so I think we're good there.
All right.
Yeah.
There's one thing I read recently. I thought that was kind of interesting. They said that in the TV series, Asuka's mother at one point interacted with Eva 2. Now we know that in these, it's basically like your mom's soul is stuck in the robot, which is how you're somehow able to interact with it. Yada yada yada. But I read that only some of Asuka's mom's soul got into Eva 2, which is why the rest of her that continued to live on. This is something I was wondering about after we had that discussion. So apparently, some of the soul is in the robot, some of it is still in the body, which is why Asuka's mom kind of went insane and did the whole, "Oh, my daughter's actually a doll, and now I want to kill myself and everyone around me." You guys hear that at all?
Yeah, so that comes from, that's what they call the contact experiment. Like when Yui made contact with what would become Unit 1, she was absorbed fully. When there were other contact experiments, it was to varying degrees of success. Yeah. But I think the majority of, I can't remember her Oscar's mother's name. I think it was Zeppelin or something like that, maybe. She was... the majority of her soul and sanity went inside Unit 2, but there were leftovers, namely her body and, what was left of her mind, which was not much. Yeah. So, the contact stuff happens to varying degrees, I think, but it obviously never ends well for the person in the contact experiments.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's cool. I can't remember if there was anything else. Not really. I mean, we went pretty in depth. I would say. I'm just looking over my notes here. All right. If anything comes to mind, we can definitely bring it back. But yeah, the rebuild movies. First point I have. What do you guys think? Did they Michael Bay the entire series? Did they focus more on the action than more on the story for these new movies?
I think you can definitely tell that action was a big priority for them going into it. Especially given how a lot of the movies kind of open with an action sequence, and then they usually go to the exposition, and then there's more action to follow that, and it's kind of been the formula. With the exception of the first rebuild movie, they all kind of do that. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd go as far to say as they Michael Bay'd it, but they definitely partially just due it to being a movie and not having 26 episodes to go over everything. Mm-hmm. You can definitely tell that. A lot of the supporting cast is pretty much gone. They get, I think, a lot of the operators and all of them, they get a combined total of 2 minutes of screen time across the 3 rebuild movies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you tell a movie, you can only really focus on a couple of characters and only one main character, which is of course Shinji. So you're focusing on him, and they get over a lot of the exposition by everyone at Nerve already knowing that Lilith is basically asleep underneath, or skewered to a massive crucifix underneath Nerve. So
everyone's cool with that, though.
Yeah. Everyone knows about it, and everyone thinks, okay, this is why we're doing this, not because of random reasons or psychological torture when we were younger. Except
I thought it was kind of it always was saving the world was the reason.
Yeah,
to prevent the end. I thought that's good enough motivation.
Yeah.
They didn't have time for so many secrets.
Yeah.
They can know. It's fine. We'll tell them.
I think they just went through and condensed the series down into movies and changed everything. It's not the same series. The first movie kind of gives off that it's just a remake,
Yeah, I
and
agree.
after that, it's just like, okay, yeah, you remember how the original series went? Yeah, we're not doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I don't know.
I
There's
think
some
that's
differences.
yeah, and I think that's good though because you don't
Yeah.
want to just see the original series condensed down into a few movies. So
Oh,
it's
it
good
already
that it's
happened.
different.
Yeah,
We
true.
already had those movies. We don't need them again. So
Yeah.
I'd rather see something new. Although, we'll get to it later. There's a limit to how much I want to see, I guess.
I mean, you want him to take it in strange new directions, and he took it in, especially by Ava 3, strange new directions.
Certainly in a
Yeah.
direction no one really could have saw coming.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think to make those movies and to make them profitable, they had to make them in a way that people would go and watch them. So there's a little bit of the psychological stuff in there, but they had to be, largely entertaining and action-oriented to a certain extent. And you can't have all of that wonderful mythology into, 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours by the end,
Yeah.
because the television series went on longer and it was... And, they were self-contained episodes where you've got to tell one larger story over a shorter period of time. So you still get some of the nuances in there, but certainly not all of them, and certainly not all of the character development.
Yeah, that's the biggest bummer for me for a lot of the rebuild movies. Like Misato and Asuka especially really get the short end of the stick here in terms of development and screen time. Like it's pretty much, for most of the movies, it's a Shinji and Rei show.
Yeah.
Kind of agree with that. Well, the second one, it's definitely Rei and Asuka with their cute little rivalry over hot stuff Shinji.
I would say it's way more Rei than it is Asuka. Asuka, I'd say, only gets 15 minutes total in the second movie. She's not even really there.
Yeah.
I think that's why Oscar was the pilot of Unit 3 because you couldn't really cram Toji in there because he's just a supporting character now. You needed an experienced Ava pilot. So they put Oscar in there, and of course, since we're more attached to Oscar by that stage, it's when her, apparently she dies or is, her entry plug is crushed by Unit 1. It's more impactful, I suppose, because by that stage, we've seen that happen with Toji, and in the original series, he loses a leg. In the manga, he dies, and in this one, he's just kind of like a comic relief character almost. So
Yeah.
to have it relevant, it had to be Oscar, and it had to be, her almost dying this time.
Also, the one thing that really bothered me about movie 3 is that they never give me a one-line explanation explaining how Asuka survived that.
Well, after what you see happens, she is in a medical bay. You never see her, but you actually just see this medical bay, and they say, "Oh, they're not going to let her out because it's a contact sort of thing, she's contaminated or something like that." Yeah.
But how did she survive it? She was when did she come out of it?
Movie. It's a movie. I've got a good point to that too, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, so the first movie, like we were saying, it's pretty much on par with what happened in the TV series. What did they do? They fight
other than the animation quality was modernized.
Oh, yeah, they cleaned it up a bit, remastered
They
it.
cleaned it up and modernized it because the original series, it does look dated if you watch it now, but it still looks awesome.
Yeah.
Because it has that old hand-drawn feel, which is great. And I miss that a lot of the time now.
They definitely look more detailed, and they all look a bit older. They look very young in the original TV series.
Yeah.
A bit too lowly-ish at times. They all seem like maybe just a bit older in this one. So 1.0, you get 3 angels, 4th, 5th, and 6th. You get Sashiel, he's that black and white dude who self-destructs because he knows Berserker Evas are bad news. They bring the fifth angel back, which is that weird beetle guy with the whip crown. I was really surprised they didn't redesign that. I don't think
This is
they were.
Squiddly Diddly.
I don't think they were ready to redesign anything yet. Obviously, by the second movie, they started it, and of course, by the third one, that's when they really realized, hey, we can actually do something completely different. But
Yeah.
I never really liked the fifth angel, or whatever number he is in the original versus this one.
Well, I think when they were putting out the first movie, they wanted to like, okay, make everybody think it was like, oh, we're redoing Evangelion as movies.
Yeah.
And that's probably what everybody thought. I wasn't watching at the time, so I don't know. I'm just theorizing there. So then the second one comes out, and they're like, we're going to change it so we can set up something different. And the third one comes out, and it's like, what the hell is this?
Well, with the first movie, they do foreshadow quite heavily
Yes.
that things are not as they seem. And it almost kind of,
Yep.
I don't know where you guys stand on it, but they almost make it seem like the rebuilds are a continuation of the end of Eva. Possibly.
Yeah.
Especially with Kaoru's dialogue saying, oh, we get to meet again, Shinji-kun.
That's
That-
definitely one of
the-
the fan theories that's been going around.
As he stares at
That's
Earth
an
from the moon, and you
interpretation I
go,
have,
wait a
too.
minute, how's he breathing in space?
That too.
Well, he's the angel kid.
He's
Well,
I
you
out.
like to
notice-
think that Kaoru is just like basically a slider. He just goes from world to world to world, always trying to catch up with Shinji, dying every
Oh,
single
boy.
time in every reality.
It's
Well, I
that,
have it in
and
your
I know
show.
that.
There's,
I can't believe I actually got that TV reference there.
I will always try and crowbar sliders in any way I can.
go for it. I think
My
they filmed
dad
it.
used to watch that.
Why did they do that whole thing with the Cro-Magnon? So that's when the show was on its way out. I think.
Yeah, that was on when I was on the way out. The first two seasons were great. Everything else was terrible.
Yeah. Anyways, what's going on with those moon coffins? That's what I want to know. That's one of the more interesting and unique scenes in the first rebuild.
Oh.
What I love
maybe
about that
you're,
is that there is
jokes.
a massive there's like a massive splatter of blood on the moon, because in all the rebuild movies, everyone kind of more or less knows what happens because the entire seas are red. Because it's the blood of the angel they got Proby with in Antarctica. Antarctica's gone and all the wars happened, but all of the seas are red.
That's a good point. The
And
world was definitely worse off
Mhm.
than it was the first time around.
Yeah.
The world's
there's
really
not so many
worse off.
secrets.
Where there is
Yeah.
no blue water anymore. It's all red water.
So that's why it's so amazing that they see all the aquarium or the aquatic
Yeah.
animals,
Mm-hmm.
because they were obviously the ones that were still in aquariums around the world when shit went down. So they had some animals left, I suppose. And they treat the water. Obviously they filter the water so they're able to live in these like kind of bigger spaces, but still basically a giant aquarium. And when the moon got splattered with blood, that's how big that explosion was, I guess.
Yeah, back to the possible theory that things have happened before and they're happening again. Someone had theorized that the coffins all had Nagisa's in them, and each time everything resets, the new one pops out. I also wonder maybe that's where the angels are coming from. Like, what is in those coffins? And I still don't get where the angels are actually appearing from. Are they all flying in from outer space, or are they coming out of the moon? Are they under the earth? Is it a bit of everything?
Probably a bit of
Never
everything.
explained. Yeah.
It's explained a lot less in the rebuilds, but at least in the first series, they're kind of in different places in their own egg form. So they're probably very small and they gestate and become bigger, and then they hatch and then they wreak havoc.
Now,
Because
do they come from? Thinking back to the original series, do the angels come from Lilith or Adam?
It's Adam.
they're all Adam.
Yeah.
The only one who came from Lilith was us, I think, was the
Us
where
and
humans are
Unit 1.
And
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on my
the one
wiki
who's
search last night,
from-
we're
from
the
Lilith.
Lilith. We're the Lilin. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're referred to.
We're the
We
low.
are of the Lilith. We are of Lilith. We are the Lilim. Yeah.
Which
Have you guys seen the theory regarding Marie?
Who?
That the new character, that she
Marie.
is. I've seen like a weird theory. People are like theorizing that she's Shinji and Asuka's daughter from the future, or some crazy shit like that. Which I'm just like, I don't know where you're pulling from for that, but that'd be.
Yeah. I mean, let's
something.
face it. They don't have
I
a future.
think I think they just wanted to make an American pilot.
Isn't
think.
she from Europe or something, though?
I
I read
thought she
somewhere
was,
she's
like-
English, but she came from America.
Well, I know she came from, like, I don't know what her backstory is. I didn't look it up yet.
Well, it's not your fault either, because the movies don't really tell you.
Yeah.
The movies don't tell you anything. Okay, the movies are just like, here's a character. Okay, we don't have time for any plot exposition. Moving on.
Yeah. Well, she's not
Because
even
they
in the
cram
first movie.
so much stuff in the movies. So yeah, the first movie, it's like, okay, you cram the first quarter of the series into it.
Yeah.
Almost.
The first movie
Minus
ends with the crystalline
parts.
entity from
Yeah.
the original show. Same thing. He needs to be hit with an attack from far range, and let's use all the power of Earth basically to shoot at it.
You know all the power of Japan.
Yeah.
500 kilovolts. 500 kilovolts.
That's probably a lot.
That
You
is
could
a
totally
lot.
send like 20 DeLoreans back to the future with that power.
Yes. 1.1
Yeah.
gigawatts.
You're talking like gigawatts. Gigawatts of like electricity, just like bzzz. It's a positron cannon. What do you expect?
Mhm.
It's like
But
a
yeah,
giant
I mean, you can tell everyone's
electron
already
laser thing.
ready to jump into the second and third movie because, yeah, first one basically is as it was in the original TV series, so there's not a whole lot to say. Like, I've got the list up. The only thing I added was the moon coffins thing, just because I think that's interesting.
Yep.
There's definitely been speculation as to why there's so many of them.
I think there might be other.
One of them.
I think
What?
there might be other incarnations of Adam.
No, that's wrong.
Because the moon
oh yeah,
is the...
that's a fun point.
the
There's
Because
one,
it
right?
looks like Kaoru came out of one of them.
Yeah,
Is what it kind of looks like. Is he came out of one of the moon coffins.
yeah.
So that's kind of my guess. But
And he's naked.
who knows?
And there's one of the Sealy models hanging up there with him.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, how's it going? He's like, oh, it's time to go through all this scene. And they're making his Mark 6 EVA right on the moon. That's pretty cool. I love Mark 6. We never get to see Mark 6 in action, unfortunately. Unless you're playing the pachinko machines. Then you get to see some Mark 6 in action. All the secrets are revealed in pachinko. All
You
right,
also get to see it in the preview movie for at the end of part 2. You see the preview and you see
is
it in
true.
action,
Mhm.
and that's
You see quite a
actually
bit of
never
random-
happens.
It's like I said in the last
Yeah.
episode, there's so much crap that they sneak in those little quick shots. But you never really get anything more than that. Alright, so are we ready to jump to number 2 already?
Yeah.
I
Why not?
actually literally have Mark 6 chopsticks.
I've seen it.
Nice.
And Unit 1
Japan.
chopsticks as well. Yeah, Japan, basically.
Yeah. They will make products
Lance
out
and
of
Long
it.
in his chopsticks, that's who knows.
If
Well,
they
why you
think
want
someone will buy it, they will make it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Pretty much, yeah.
Japan loves the robots and loves the Evangelion, so it's no surprise at all that they would keep it going and drag it out as long as they have, and making us wait for 3+1. But anyways, alright, let's jump over to Evangelion 2.22. You cannot advance. So this is where things start to get a bit more interesting. So let's talk about what's happening right at the very start. So is that America? There's like some weird oil rig in like a stormy ocean.
I think it's in
Yeah,
the
they're talking in,
somewhere. Like they say that it's in the very
Yeah.
northern part of the world, but they don't specify which country. But you know, I mean, it could be like Canadian waters, it could be Baltic waters. Also,
It's
kind
just
somewhere in
in
America.
English,
Hmm.
and English even better.
English, yeah.
Kaji's
That's really,
Kaji's
really
English
bad.
is terrible.
Oh,
It was so bad.
You don't know bad English until you watch the Psychopaths movie. That's like half the movie. It's just them talking in English, and you're like, who decided to do this?
Yeah.
Who greenlit
It's
this
bad when you
idea?
have, a lot of
Apparently,
Japanese
that's what
voice
Chinese
actors are
people
good at
think
that.
about Firefly as well.
Oh boy.
Hashtag global. I'm never gonna let that die. I love it. All right, so there right away we're introduced to the new pilot, brand new for this rebuild. The character you mentioned, Mari. She's a bit taller. Got a bit of a booty. I'm not complaining. She has glasses, brown hair. She parachutes into Japan from whatever plane. Before that though, she's in provisional unit EVA 05.
Kasetsu
going on?
Gogoki.
What's going on with this thing? It's like It's like the disabled Eva. It's like the...
So basically, it's half an Ava. It's the top half,
Yeah.
and the rest of it runs like a tram would on electricity, and
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's provisional, so it basically doesn't operate the way a normal Ava would, which is why she's got all those tubes hanging off her everywhere.
Yeah.
Because they can barely get a sync rate out of it. So
yeah, it feels like an early model. It's the GoBot of Evangelion.
basically, yes.
Oh.
That's so funny because yes, Go is 5 in
It
Japanese.
did its job.
Even better.
Hey, it did its
So
job.
good. Yeah, so I love that.
It did its job, yeah, and I love that
It
angel
did its
because that is
job,
actually
really.
the third angel.
Yeah.
Because you come in the fourth angel, and the third angel, the one you see, is the skeletonized, but basically they dissected it, and they got as much out of it as they could, but it was still alive and then came to life and escaped. So you don't know what its original form was. All you see is basically the remains after they tried to, dissect it and take it apart.
Yeah.
But it was still functional, I suppose. And those massive pillars you see around the outside of the base are like anti-AT field generators or something like that, or like AT field dampeners, so it can't escape.
Yeah.
Interesting. I like that. Well, they don't have the anti-AT field tech worked out just yet. That's coming up in our discussion real soon. Apparently they call it an old plug suit. I've got the rebuild of Evangelion 2.02 book open, which comes with the Blu-ray or DVD.
Oh man, that fancy stuff you get for actually buying the DVDs.
The design.
broke.
Old plug suits. The design gives an impression of activity while heightening anticipation by concealing the identity of Mari, who appears in the opening scene. Green invokes the image of England, while the many chords are because of the old style. There you go. The red part of the helmet, which boosts synchronization where it does not a visor, but an HMD head-mounted display on which is projected screen. So there's not even like a real screen in that thing. It's just that is super good.
I really like the design of that Ava, because it's so different. It's basically like half Ava, half like trolley car.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, like a monorail or something.
I just really think it's cool, but I actually had the opportunity to buy the model, and of course I didn't buy it because I'm an idiot.
There you go.
That's the one that I really wish I had my hands on.
Good luck finding that one again.
I know. I've been back to Japan many times since I haven't been able to find it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to dig through some probably some used shops and get lucky.
Yeah.
Or go through
Japanese
eBay. Or Japanese eBay, where the shipping is ridiculous.
Yahoo auction. Well, no, the good thing there is that I can just get it sent to my in-laws. I can just get it sent to their place, and then next time I go, I'll pick it up.
Australia.
Yeah. We get care packages now and again.
Strange. Like it just looks like it's all underwater, underground or something, and she's just zipping around. Yeah, I'm watching it now. It sounds weird. Like you see this like spooky skeleton angel thing, and she's driving in with a lance. Just gonna stab it.
And it's part of her arm as well. Like, it's part of the lance is part of the Ava arm.
Yeah. Like it's just the head and the body.
Yeah.
It's like the Ava unit's just head and body, and they're like, okay, well, we got to make it work.
Yeah, but it's grungy. It's rough. Like she has to stop and make a quick turn, so drills come down and just drill into the ground to stop her momentum.
Well, it makes sense because Unit 3 and Unit 4 are complete by this stage, or near completion. Because Unit 3 you see later on in the movie, and that's destroyed, and Unit 4 I think is already destroyed.
No. Unit 4
that
goes
actually
bad.
appear, or can't remember anymore.
4 blows up and I think takes out part of Europe or something like that.
I think it was Nevada in the original series. Like, it blows up and takes most of Nevada with it. Or, like, it disappears into, like, a Dirac Sea.
It blows up somewhere.
I can't remember if that's in the rebuild, though.
It did happen in the rebuild. I remember it. I remember Eva 4 blowing up, and they're like, oh no, it took out the so-and-so. Like, the entire brand.
Which color robot are we talking about? Black one. Right?
We don't know. They never said which color number 4 was. All
Unit
they showed
4,
was, like, it blew up. They said it blew up, but they didn't show it.
Release a toy of Unit 4. You never see Unit 4, but there was production art of it. And they ended up releasing a toy, and that was like the official design. And it's basically the same as Unit 3, except it's silver.
Yeah,
That's
like
the production model Ava. Like a Similar to Unit 2, with a slightly different head, but silver.
Is that the one with the punching gloves on?
No.
Nope. There's a more recent figure. Like he's got these huge like I'd say Brachydios armor gloves on, but that's a Monster Hunter reference that you guys might not understand.
Not a Monster Hunter guy.
Yeah,
I'm not either.
Okay, so she gets
Whatever.
the new the weird angel guy. It tries to escape. She stabs it with her spear, and then she's got clamps for arms. Like it's the guy from Futurama, the robot with the clamps.
Clamps.
Yeah,
Give him the clamps.
So she's got a clamp on the angel's core. It's trying to escape, so then she's like, "Fine, you want this arm? You can have it." Blows the arm off, and then she uses her other arm and clamps the clamp, and then eventually she squishes the core, which is how, of course, you destroy these otherwise more or less invincible creatures. I'm watching it right now. It's pretty good. Yeah, she grabs the clamp. Robot's kind of going nuts. She like busts one of the little eye pieces, and she's pushing her joystick thing in, and then snap.
Yeah.
Splash. Blood everywhere. Oh yeah.
Play-by-plays for all the
Just
fights,
in time.
Steven. I'm enjoying this.
Perfect.
Hey.
Now, why does the Eva blow up after that?
Because she sets the self-destruct. The only way that she can...
No. I think it was automatically set to self-destruct.
Yeah.
Like, it was set to self-destruct before she got in it. If it, she's ejected just to get away from it. She knew it was going to do it, and she ejected.
Yeah,
That's what I think happened.
All part
like
of the plan.
Yeah, just in case. All right.
Yeah, but it stopped the angel, and she escaped, and I think Kaji escapes as well. Like it's very similar to the series, and he doesn't have Adam this time. He has like the key of Nebuchadnezzar or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called.
That's something. It's some briefcase. It's
Yeah.
got like a biohazard
With
warning.
some like skeleton type key in it that looks like a nervous system or something of like, who knows?
Yeah.
It's some
higher
magic
life.
MacGuffin that we'll see later, I'm sure.
Hey,
I don't
who
know
knows?
whether we'll ever see it again. Like they just took it in such a wild direction. It's like, maybe that shit doesn't even matter anymore. Whatever.
Yeah,
All of a
like,
sudden,
you know,
it'll become the most pivotal plot point in the fourth movie.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
Orcrox.
like,
where-
If we get to see
What
Kaji
it is.
again.
They kind of,
Yeah,
but like
I
I felt most of the second movie was just build up. It's like, okay, you're watching it and it feels the same as the first. It feels like they're redoing the series again, and like you're kind of like, okay, whatever. Once you get past the first part with Mari, it goes back in like the regular. It feels like the original series for a bit, and then stuff starts happening. And then once you get to about the Unit 3 thing, the ASCII piling in it, and the dummy system. The dummy system.
Dummy.
You guys remember the dummy system?
Oh yeah.
And it's just like how he, what is it? Gendo Ikari sets it loose on.
Unit 3, which is what's reclassified as like
yeah.
10th,
It was-
9th angel, 8th angel something.
Whatever.
Black Eva.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Trying to keep
sorry.
it-
So in the original series, that's basically where Ava lost its innocence.
Yeah.
Like it was never particularly an innocent show, but that was like the corner because they had a bunch of wacky episodes before that, and there was character development. But that was the turning point where everything got really fucking dark. And in this one, it's similar, but it doesn't have the same kind of feel to it. I think in a lot of ways, but
it
I think
doesn't feel as dark.
the child song, like that song,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
awesome.
really helps. Like that really kind of
Yeah.
helps set the mood a little bit better.
That's really cute.
Yeah, that part got me. So.
Okay, yeah, that is we're referring to the Ninth Angel, aka Eva Unit 03, which is the black one.
Yep.
We're not quite there yet. We were talking about Mari. What do you guys think of Mari as a character?
They don't do
I'd
anything
like
with
to know
her.
more
That's the-
about her, because the
Yeah.
movie doesn't want to let you know more about her.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
She knows a
Like-
lot. She definitely is on. She knows. Like,
She also has the ability to pilot other people's Avas without having any soul thing going on.
Actually, it seems like for some reason they can pilot any Ava they want.
yeah.
Or maybe it's just Mari that can pilot any Ava they want.
she's the only
Ava
person
they
that's
want.
able to do it.
Well,
But you never
Asuka
really
was
see anyone other than Oscar get into another Ava, and you don't know if they transferred the core over. So, it
No.
might just be that they can do it because this might not follow the rules of the TV series. It might be completely different.
I don't think it does.
Explained.
I don't think it does follow the rules of the TV series, as you said.
But you remember when Shinji lets his classmates into the cockpit? They weren't part of it, but they were still able to.
They weren't controlling it, though.
And it doesn't affect it at all in this one. In the original series, if I remember, it having his classmates in the cockpit made it so he didn't sync as well.
Yeah, that's right. There was
in this one, it's like a one-on-one sync without the thought noise or anything like that. Hence why they got the little things on their head and the plug suit. Yeah.
The interface headset. Yeah.
Yeah.
You and your Japan swag. I got some toys back here. We'll get to that. Alright. So where in the story are we? Okay, so Shinji and his dad are in this huge, huge field of graves. Probably not even... I think at one point in the original series they mentioned that there's no one even buried there. It's just a monument to all the people who died when Adam emerges and causes the... That's the second impact, right? And then the third impact is what they're all trying to prevent in the show. And all as well as good. Here comes the big ships. Whoa, it's Eva 2, motherfuckers. It's dropping in. I got a jetpack. That jetpack never shows up again, but that's a fun accessory for any toy. Just flies in. You see a lot of red earth. Once again, water, not blue. It is red because of reasons. Oh shit, there's an angel! What is that thing? It's like a crazy walking stick clock thing. What do you guys think of that angel?
I love the clockwork angel. The way it walks and the way it kind of interacts. I think it looks cool, and it's a highly disposable angel.
Yeah.
It's almost like the spider angel, in a way.
Yeah.
Because it was taken care of.
Yeah.
I like that his faces are just like the third guy's face again. I love that face.
It was like the third guy's face again. I thought it was a decoy.
Yeah.
Which is neat.
Yeah.
So is that the one that was when it was walking over the water?
Yeah.
And
water, basically.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
She shoots its head up, but nope, that's not it. You got to shoot the ball part. That's now spinning around. Once again, I'm watching this live, so I know I have a good idea what's happening. And she's still falling. Like, this is the introduction to Eva 2, and she's just single-handedly defeating this angel. They have no information on it. And she's like, shoots a couple things, she's kicking it. AT field. Oh, that's cool. And then she's got those spears, and spears just being knocked down. Plus, right through that AT field, smash, splat. Oh, get wrecked. What an intro. In the original show, Asuka also has a big intro. Her mech has like the cape on and all that. She's all about the big shots.
She gets a whole episode dedicated to her as an intro. So.
And then suddenly she's leaving.
What's great about that fight scene is the end of it when basically it's revealed that Oscar and Rey do already know each other to some extent. Because she's familiar with who Rey is. And Rey comes in Unit 0 and just has this kind of really slumped over sort of pose, because she was already on standby for this angel. She was already there, and she's kind of hunched over as like Unit 2 has this like heroic kind of stance.
Yeah, it's like no.
Unit 0 kind of lumbers onto the screen and goes, "Oh, nothing for me to do here." Well, whatever.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Perfect scene. It's interesting that they renamed Asuka. Now she's Asuka Langley Shinkinami. I heard a theory somewhere there that all three of the girls now have a similar last name, and there's a reason for that, but we don't know what it is just yet, because...
They're all ship names, aren't they, or something like that? They're all named after battleships.
Yeah, something Nami, Mari Illustrious Makanami. There's some... Ayanami, Shinkanami, Makanami. There's something going on there. We don't know what it is yet. You never really know what's going on, which is what makes this podcast episode so much fun. At least if you understand what we're talking about. And we barely understand what we're talking about. I think we're having
See,
a good time.
the thing is that Anno could have had this grand design and then halfway through just went, oh, fuck that, I've changed my mind. I don't want to do that anymore. That's stupid.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
he may have just changed the entire thing. We don't know that, and that's the thing.
I think
And
that
that's the
might
kind
have
of
been
thing
what
you
happened.
do.
I think he started
It's
making it as the original series and then went, this is boring. Let's change it. Change
I was
everything.
Mix
rewatching
things up a
the
bit.
rebuilds of my friends. We had a joke that Anno just during the development of movie 3 and 4 just said, "Hey everyone, can we get all the cell drawings? Can we just get everything on the table right here? I just want to look at everything." Everyone's like, "Yeah, let's look at it." And he just lights it all on fire and says, "Redo it."
Yeah.
Again.
You cannot unburn.
You must.
That would be
redo.
such a good name for the fourth movie.
There you go.
The fourth movie should literally just be a production meeting with Anno, just going, let's burn everything and start again. And it's like, he's lost it, guys, he's lost it, restrain him.
They're just gonna show that damn theater with no one sitting in it for 2 hours.
Or it'll be Anno being the final angel, and he's like wiping away existence.
There you go. He's
I
like
always
the
knew that's
SpongeBob
how it
episode
was
when
going
the
to
pencil
end.
drops down.
I thought they got rid of most of the angels by the end of the third movie.
Yeah, but
So
we don't
I
know how
don't
many
think
there
they have
are,
any more
do
left.
we?
Okay,
Yeah.
we don't know. No. I don't think they have that.
No, they know there's 13. Like,
But-
we'll get there. It's neat that we actually get to see some people in Tokyo 3, because I'm concerned how many people are left on the planet at this point. It's hard to tell. You never really get a sense of it. Yeah, this the first half of the second movie is definitely like things are cool. Everything's okay. We're doing okay as people. Which is an interesting because of course they gotta turn that on its head, as one would expect. You see Gendo and Fuyutsuki in a spaceship because we can just go to space whenever we want. And they're checking out the robot they're making in space. And then there's Karu sitting on Mark 6's finger.
Mark 6, yeah.
Like a boss, just chilling, another day on the moon.
Says hi.
Pretty
Like-
suspicious.
He says hi.
Oh, he calls him father too. Recognize it.
yeah.
Oh, that's right, he says Otosan, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a bit weird.
Yeah.
So then you go to this thing where it's like, hey, we used to have blue water, let's make it blue again. So there's this huge structure on the ocean. They eat sushi for the first time. This shit's pretty good. Nothing really happens.
What
Robots.
do you mean nothing really happens? I
Okay,
think they
so
got
they-
attacked by another angel.
Yeah, they
At the
refight
aquarium.
the falling Sally angel. This one's kind of cool because now there's like a thing in the thing.
Oh yeah.
It's
It
like,
turns into.
surprise! I'm in the bomb, and then like I'm gonna break your hands, and then there's so much schism the stigmata, there's all the religious overtones. He's stabbing him. Oh man, nasty. And this thing's about to fall to Earth. So once again, this feels a lot like the show, just obviously sped up because it's a movie. The good guys work together. Not much happens. Feel free to chime in. We got Ray in the tub. Mari, I'm just skipping ahead. So why does Mari just fly in and parachute into the country? What's that all about? What a
Well,
mysterious.
it's hinted that she has a secret mission, like she has some sort of other reason for doing what she does.
Mhm.
And that's hinted at the very start when she's going, oh, I hate using adults to meet my own ends. But they try and make her mysterious, but they don't do anything with it. They don't even hint about it by the end of even that first film.
Mhm.
It's all about survival, so it doesn't. If she has an ulterior agenda,
Because she's from the future.
because she might be from the future, you'd think that if she is their future daughter, they might should try and help them
That's
get it
such an
on a bit more. I don't know.
There's nothing to
Be a bit more encouraging, since her existence would depend on it. I don't believe that theory myself, but
No, it's super ludicrous.
yeah.
Okay, so in the chat, Lexi and Dean are both confused. That's what we're talking about. I warned them. That's to be expected. This is the CAPMAX HYPECAST, so where we discuss what's hype to me. And then I find people who also share that hype. And we continue. Where were we? This is good because I've just got it open. Okay, so Shinji meets the spy guy, and there's a bunch of product placement for UCC Cola. Still nothing too interesting to discuss. Okay, so now Ray and ask her like, "Oh, I love Shinji. Let's try and impress him." Okay.
Cooking
Black Eva.
contest.
Black Eva comes up. Hey, that Asuka girl's pretty good at driving robots. Let's see her drive this robot that we got here. It's black. It's sleek. Oh, no, not the clouds again. No, don't fly into the clouds this time.
So there's something really interesting that happens at that point when they put Ava Unit 2 away because of something called the Vatican Treaty. And the Vatican Treaty is basically you're not allowed to have any more than 3 active Avas in any country at any one time.
Yeah, because
Evangelions are so powerful, you can't have any more than 3 being activated.
Yeah, they mentioned that they still deal with all the bureaucratic shit of the UN. And
yeah, basically, I think that's really clever. Like, just little things like that actually make me more interested in it, I think.
Mm-hmm. And that's the same branch where Mari is from, which may explain why she ends up taking control of Unit 2 later on. But yeah, they have this big seal thing and just shove that thing right in. They only got to be used once, and please behave yourself until you receive further notice from Europe. Even though no one can pilot but me? Everyone's got attitude. Oh, we've been cutting our fingers trying to be good at cooking. Some moments. And then, so they're gonna put Asuka into the new robot, and they give her that outfit. Who do you guys think of that outfit?
It's pretty pointless considering it's only there for that one scene.
It's there to sell toys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they sold a lot of toys with that.
I bet.
Test.
So normally they were.
He has got what we call in Australia plumber's cleavage.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is when your pants are too short at the back and you're showing a whole lot of crack.
Plumber's crack, yeah. Like normally they're already wearing these skin-tight bodysuits with nothing underneath it, which sort of just vacuums to your body, which is pretty slick. Yeah. But then, for whatever reason, we got a different robot. We got to run some tests. So here's a different suit where you can see through most of it. You can see like half of her ass. She's got a bra on or something still, but yeah, it's like she even remarks like, "Do I really actually have to wear this suit?" They're like, what? Even
I think
in
if they left it
they
unsaid, it would be even worse. It's like, this is fine. I know what the fact that they're calling awareness to it is kind of what makes it.
It's hilarious.
Not okay, but like
it's
more
so
believable,
Japan,
I suppose.
She goes, "I like the red color, but isn't this test plug suit a little too revealing?" And she checks out her ass. That's cute.
Yeah.
What's kind of begs the question, like, who the hell designed this?
Perverts designed it.
Yeah.
And my one buddy also pointed out that changing room she's in that's moving up towards the Ava is completely glass. So I guess everyone around the site's just checking that out.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, good times. Okay, so she gets in a new robot suit and she's like, "You know what? Everything's kind of okay now. I think this is going to be alright." And then, what the hell? Oh, no. Turns out there's an angel in your robot.
Oh, yeah.
Like pushing her deep into the angel thing. It's like, what's happening? And then it goes berserk and
before she gets into the robot, remember she asked Masato if she ends up liking it, paint it red.
Yeah.
I love that design choice.
Yeah. She wants a robot painted red.
How very Char of her.
There you go. She would have wanted pink. Yeah.
I mean, you're a giant robot. Camouflage isn't really going to be a big concern. You can't really hide behind anything. So, if you're gonna have a giant robot, you may as well paint it to your own color scheme.
Yeah. No, the black one looks pretty hardcore though. Can't argue with that.
I don't know.
Okay, so spread. The angel took over this new bot. We were gonna add to our fleet. Send Shinji in to stop because was the 00? Was that even available at the time? I don't remember. Were they fixing it because of the fight with the crystal?
Well, I think they had to fix it because the fight with the crystal would severely damage your arms. No, it was the thing where they had to hold it up. I think Unit 1 took really heavy damage.
Unit 1 took the most damage during that fight. So Unit 1 was heavily damaged, like 67% of it was damaged, and it was repaired between now and then. Yeah. But Unit 0 was active, but it was absolutely useless. Like it just got like battered out of the way really quickly, I think.
Yeah, which is kind of like I think what goes to show with Rey the entire series is she's not very good at piloting Ava.
No.
She can pilot them, but she sucks at it.
Yeah, she's got a low sync rate, and all she can do is take orders. She can't. She's not good at improvising.
She doesn't think. She just takes orders.
Yeah. So you may as well just have a robot in there going, move left, move right, try and stop the angel. And since, it won't respond to her very well anyway, she's not doing very well. Like, the most she ever did was when she's working with the other Adas. Like, stopping.
Well, she's mostly plays support class. She's like the white lady.
Yeah.
She's the buff.
Right.
Shooting the buffs. Okay, so
I don't think so.
black robot versus purple robot, and because it's a new movie, let's give him 2 more arms. It's cool. I like that. That's fun.
Yeah.
So he's like choking Eva 1 with 4 arms.
No, he's pinning him down with 2 and then choking him with the other 2.
Oh, and he's also
he was choking him with 2.
He was going to
he was choking him with 2.
Yeah,
and
holding him down
infecting
with 2
him.
and then choking with 2. That's cool. But now his hands are infecting Eva 1, but of course Shinji doesn't want to fight because his ass goes in there. You can see the plug suits stuck in the goo because Angel doesn't want to escape. This is when the dummy system takes over, which is also from the original one, but now a big robot thing literally takes over your hands. Remember that part when you see the thing just spin around and over? And you can't even see, it's in the way, it's looking at the screen.
It's in the way, the whole screen is like red. It's like this red,
But it locks his hands in place, so it's almost like that they still need some sort of interface, but he's basically like a key at this stage. He has no control over it, but they still need him in the plug.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I think they really just wanted to push that whole, you're using my hands to kill people without my...
Yeah, I think that's
they go on that later in the movie. I think they go into that a bit later. So...
Yeah, and that thing, that dummy system is just one of those giant MD players, wherever those things are.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally that thing that he listens to. That's hilarious. That's cool. Thing curves over, takes over the robot from the main character, literally uses his hands. And Eva, good robot, becomes really nasty robot, and now chokes the robot that was choking it. Cute kid music plays, and then lots of choking. Shinji's going nuts. Things were okay, but now this is happening, and Shinji, being the character he is not too cool with it. Understandable, though.
Out.
he would have died had this not happened. I think we can all agree on that.
I love that shot of Shinji on top of the nerve pyramid, just like stomping his foot.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's such a petulant child thing to do, but it has so much weight. The fact that he's in a giant robot on top of a pyramid, just like stamping his foot, going ah.
If I recall, isn't there a scene in the original series where he's doing that to like a sandcastle pyramid?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought that was kind of like a neat throwback to that.
Yeah.
But obviously a lot better because he's a giant robot.
Yeah. And he's starting to like just do pretty much what he wants at that point, which is nice because up till then he kind of just followed orders.
Yeah.
And then
he didn't really follow orders.
Like,
He didn't follow orders at all. That's why they used the dummy system.
Horrible job. He did a horrible job at following orders, but he's like, they told him to get into the robot, he got in the damn robot. You know?
Oh, he says, if you lost someone important to you, Dad, maybe you'd understand. And oh, don't say that. We know Gendo. We'll get to that. Okay, so then they choke him out with their LCL goo. Raise the pressure, and he's like, ah, shit. Good times.
That'll shut him up.
And then Shinji's on his dream train where he has revelations. He's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah. Okay, and then we get Paper Cut Monster again. I love this guy. He's so cool.
The Angel of Strength. Zuriel?
Strongest rejection type.
I think it
He's
was.
just ripping everything apart. Kind of looks like a floating coffin at first until his body turns out to be like paper thin razors. And you can shoot like right through their base with like one blast. All the buildings fall down. Plenty of fatalities, I'm sure. And then they shoot like 10 missiles at it. They all blow up from different angles. It does nothing, but it's hilarious. They had fun. Okay. So now things start getting interesting. Now we get some more new movie stuff. Now Mari takes control of her rightful robot, Eva 2. Euro branch represent. Her suit says 05 on it, which is kind of cute because that was the one that she blew up earlier. But it doesn't have provisional written anywhere. That's interesting.
She might be is she the 5th child? Like, do they ever actually specify which child
Maybe.
she is?
Maybe the
I don't think they did, because there's been like no one really talking about her. She's just kind of there.
Yeah, you're right. Like Nerve never really gave her like an official pass or stay, or she's just kind of popping up everywhere.
We
It's
don't
like,
even really
oh yeah,
know
I'll
if
just
anyone
break into
from
this
Nerve
top
like
secret
knows her.
facility and steal an Ava. Nobody's around. Why not?
Well, she's got the clearance to do it, I think. And who's gonna stop him when you got a big monster about to squish her?
Oh yeah, it's a good reason. I just think it's great that
Yeah,
she just
it's
kind of went
pretty-
in there and goes, I'll have that Ava over there, the one in the ground.
Yeah. She probably just flashed the badge. And, all right, that's good. I mean, we've all been to those companies where it's just like, well, whatever, you're the boss. She had the badge. Yeah, so she does a pretty good job. She gets to use a couple weapons that we haven't seen before. There's this thunder spear. That's pretty cool. She shoots the bad guy from long range, does nothing. She runs up. Rah! And she's got this vibrating spear thing, jumps right at it. But this angel, this thing is the most hardcore of hardcore. She's trying to stab it, shoots little shoulder needle things. No, not gonna work. Kaboom! Gets blasted away. This is one of the best scenes in the rebuilds right here. By all means, speak up if anyone has any thoughts on it.
We're not watching what you're watching.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
I don't have it on my screen.
Okay, here we go. So, she
You know,
fights it.
Steven, when you said you wanted to do the rebuild cast, I didn't realize you're gonna watch the movie while we podcasted.
I wanted to,
I
but there's-
should have been doing that.
Yeah,
No,
we all did our
realistically-
homework beforehand, Stephen. Come on.
No, but look at the list. There's really not a whole lot to say about the first and second movies.
Well, I think
Well,
the
I
biggest thing.
really like that when Unit 1 goes berserk, they have that music,
Yep.
which I think is called The Beast 2, where when it reactivates after it's basically almost taken out and has zero power, it comes back to life, and it has that very iconic berserk music and then rips the other angel to pieces. At least in the first one. In the second one, of course, he tries to force his way into the S2 engine and try and rescue Ray, who was just eaten.
Right.
And I think I really like that music there. I think it's pretty cool.
Good one.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
I'll show
entire
you.
final angel battle there in the second movie is awesome. It's really cool seeing all the pilots like trying to do whatever they can to stop it, but just all their attempts failing until Shinji goes beast mode.
Yeah. I'll show you the power of an Eva that has abandoned its humanity. Now, here's something interesting. It's not unlike what we've seen before with Berserker, but it's secret code Zabisto. Now, all the constraints that we thought were armor are now busted off. And this, I believe, was new for the rebuilds, yes? Suddenly
Yeah.
there's these weird...
But it's
like,
still more or less under their
inanimate
control.
carbon
Like,
rods
it's kind
popping
of
out of her.
animalistic, but it still has the armor. Like, there's still some semblance of control. Like, the pilot
We'll get
still
to the third movie.
has...
We'll
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
The
we
pilot
get
is
to
still
the third
doing
movie.
stuff. Like, the pilot
Yeah.
is still in some sort of control, which is, I think, is, the beast mode is important. It's different from berserk mode.
Yeah, exactly. They still know what they're doing, but they certainly understand the risks of doing it.
Aside from the purpose of selling new toys, I never really saw the purpose of beast mode. I always thought it was just like
didn't
it's
do
not as
much, did
effective
it? I
as
mean,
berserk, and it
It's
doesn't really
stronger,
do
it's
any. It doesn't
faster,
ever
it's
really
melee
work.
based. Well,
It hasn't
Yeah,
worked
because
anytime
it
they've
doesn't,
used
does
it.
maybe not. It's super cool though. Don't be hating. She's like
I'm not hating. I'm
flipping-
just saying it's kind of
flipping-
ineffective.
No, she's busting through so many AT fields when she goes into this.
And it worked out so well right after she busted them, right, Steven?
She got real close. Now, there's one scene here, she's like literally punching through the AT fields, which she couldn't do before, so I want to point it out. Now, this is a great example of pointing out how badass this angel is, because, oh no! Paper arms swing! I just cut off one of your arms and half of your body. Hardcore as fuck.
This is going to translate great to audio form. Someone listening's going to be like, what the fuck's Steven talking about?
Yeah. It's a play-by-play. Otherwise, okay.
So
Now,
do
it
we,
looks
like,
to me
when
like
this goes live, do you say, like, make sure you're watching this exact moment at this exact time in the movie?
I am tempted to make it show up on the stream, but can we do that? That's probably a way to do that. Anyways, so yeah, they're trying to shoot it. Ray comes out. She's got a missile, which is kind of cool.
Oh,
That doesn't
but
work.
it's not an N2 mine in this one, is it? It's just like a regular old ass missile, which she
I
tries
think
to
those are
basically.
It's hard to tell. It might be like the
Yeah.
needle. But yeah, that doesn't help. It makes things worse because she kind of sacrifices her robot to try and stop this really nasty angel, but instead it eats that. It eats her.
Angel gets the munchies and bye bye.
Gains the power to now enter the spooky inner sanctum where the angels have been trying to access. But if any angel does it, everything would self-destruct. But now it has, once again, the passcode or whatever needed to get in there, and everything will be okay, which is bad news for the humans. And okay, it fights Evil 1, loses an arm. Okay, so what do you guys think of this scene now? Shinji once again goes berserker, but now it's even harder of core. Now, like, the robot parts are literally melting around him, and he's got these superpowers. Do we even know what's happening here? It's been awakened, which happened in the original show as well, but it wasn't like this.
Yeah, in the original show, Shinji gets 400% synchronization ratio and basically gets absorbed into Ava 1.
Yeah, now, that's
couple
important because
episodes
that's
later,
exactly what
spat out
happens
again.
between the second and third movie.
And Shinji doesn't exit the entry plug again until they get him back in 3.0 or 3.3, whichever.
He just kind of appears. We never even figure out where he shows up.
At this stage, he's still sinking really highly, and basically he's acting as the trigger for the third impact.
Yeah.
Because he's merging, he's basically trying to merge an Ava with the Angel, I suppose. And he's trying to rescue Ray, but it's still obviously triggering because there's like that black hole, doors of Garth open up above him.
I love those wacky doors. Okay, to bring it back for anyone who has no idea what we're talking about, and I'm sure there's plenty. Okay, so the bad guy ate the good guys. Now he can enter the good guy area. The other good guy shows up to try and stop it. Doesn't go well, so he gains superpowers basically. The powers of God. Then he's a super OP. Like, he's hacking. This is hacks right here. To the point where he not only defeats the angel, but he's able to enter its soul basically and bring back the soul of his teammate, who's now in this. See, it's hard to explain. That's why we're talking about it now. So he's trying to bring back the thing. Now this is basically the third impact happening. And once again, Adam's meeting up with Lelis, whatever. Shit's flying up into space, but they're like, no, we can't end this series yet. He saves her, sort of. She merges in with the robot, and then credits happen. You're like, oh, it's the end of the world. Then after the credits, hey, remember that robot that we were working on on the moon? Surprise, he's here! And he throws the lance of Cassius down, which is also.
Does he throw two lances, both Longinus and Cassius?
It's just one, or is it two?
I'm sure it's two.
It might be them combined. I think it's just Cassius, because you see it slow motion stabbed him, and he's like, nope, gotta freeze you in spot, because that's what those things are good for.
So when you see it in 3.33,
you never see Cassius.
The spear is still through him, right? It's almost like a giant crucifix-shaped coffin, but it's like got a front and back section as well. Like they've encased it in something, and the spear is still through Unit 1, which was keeping it dormant or something, I suppose. That's how I remember it.
Like that. I think they explained that in one sentence after with the little look forward to next episode preview. Okay, wait, no. Eva, Unit 1 is immobilized with Ray and Shinji still trapped inside, so they're just stuck, because that's what these lances do. They make everyone stuck in the robot. Basically, when he got his superpowers to stop the bad guy, he kind of destroyed everything. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Okay.
The part that always really confused me about Third Impact is that it only happens for a couple minutes and then it's just stopped and then everyone's like, yeah, Shinji, you ruined the world in the next movie. And I'm like, but you stopped it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but something obviously happens. It's almost like Third Impact went further than that and then was stopped halfway through. It's almost like the end of Evangelion happened.
Yeah.
Like the moon rose out and like started absorbing all the souls and the gates opened and it went a lot further than that and then they stopped it.
Lilith,
And that's like, yeah, that just is not explained whatsoever.
Nope,
but that's like
not at
evidence
all.
of that.
It's so cool.
And maybe
Balls
Gendo
of
did.
steel. How would they release it like this? Enough? You see all these scenes, all this random nonsense, not explaining anything. Oh, Asuka's back. She has an eye patch. Why does she have an eye patch when it was Mari that lost an eye in that fight with the super strong angel? You see it, like it cuts her face off, and then she's like bleeding out one eye, but it's Asuka that has the eye patch.
Apparently, when she got crushed in the thing, apparently only her eye was damaged.
Yeah, but okay. So here's the important thing about that: is that when the angel attacks and there's like it comes into contact with the angel or the AT field, her eye under the eye patch starts burning.
Yep.
Like it actually. So there's obviously some sort of there's some angelification or something. I don't know, but it has something to do.
Eva Geeks.
It has something to do with the fact that, you know, like, whatever happened to her eye is, like, still infected by the angel, and maybe that's what they were hinting at when she was still in quarantine at the end of 2.
Maybe. I could see that. I kind of figured it was like a mod. She modded her eye, there you go, Darren, Deus Ex style, because it gives her special powers. And you notice that her robot in the third one now...
If that was the case, I think they had forced everyone to pilot Ava to get, like, eye upgrades.
Well, assuming everyone could pilot. Okay, so that was Eva 2. Now, there's a span of, what is it, 14 years? That we don't know what happens between the events of the second movie, which by the end of it, obviously, things are veering off course already. But now the third movie starts up, and you have no idea what's going on. So here's where I think the most discussion can happen, outside of me watching it, as no one else watches it. Okay. What do we have? So, what do we think happened in between 2 and 3?
Well, at some point, Lilith woke up.
Yeah.
They talk a little bit of detail about that, and that seems like it'd be a really important thing to maybe see. Maybe that'll be like a side animation project someday, but essentially, human instrumentality started during this time skip, and then that led to the whole breakup of Nerve, and basically Gendo, Ikari's faction, and Misato's faction basically having like a civil war.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. You see all of these headless Avas. So it's almost like what was left of humanity turned into Evangelions and tried to make their way to the moon, like the dark egg or black egg or whatever. And then that's why...
Lilith.
Yeah. And then they all tried to make their way to the doors of Guff, and then it was closed before instrumentality was complete. Gendo, which everyone knew was already a fucking psycho, Ryutsuki would follow him to the moon and back, and actually did.
That's true.
And everyone kind of went... Yeah, I know.
You could say they...
And everyone kind of went, you know what, this Gendo guy we're following, maybe not so great. And what seems to be left of humanity is the UN fleet in the Antarctic, where they activate that giant Ava ship.
Yeah.
And what's left at Nerve. And it's the only 2 humans you ever see left at Nerve are Fuyutsuki and Gendo. And Rayan, who's not really a human, and Kaoru, who's not really a human either.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've got moving through Nerve Civil War. They beat Ventures to it by a country mile. Man, that's a good soundtrack. Yeah, best soundtrack for the series.
So it's obvious that Gendo did something between 2 and 3. Like, because even if they stopped that process, he obviously restarted it or jump-started it, or something happened where he activated or did something, and that's kind of what started the Civil War and said, hey, that Gendo guy, he's a bit of an ass.
You'll notice, though, that Saley is still active at that point. So it could have just been, like I said, the Human Instrumentality Project might have started, though I don't know how they could do that without Evo 1.
But towards the end, they deactivate Saley.
But didn't they say they've been inactive pretty much ever since Third Impact?
But one of them says, when they start deactivating, they kind of say everything is going according to Saley's plan or something stupid like that. Like, they still say something before they're deactivated fully. Like, even if they're dormant, like, they actually turn them off basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see like a nerve pattern of like a human brain kind of go like fade and go dormant.
I love that. That's pretty cool. Okay, well, let's go with the movie again. Okay, so now we're in space. Hey, it's that robot we knew, the red one. Now there's a pink one? What? And it's those two pilots that we knew from the last couple of movies. Now they're working together, so that's cool. They finally, everyone's up and running again. Now they're looking for something in space, and it turns out it's, like you said, a coffin, basically, with EVA-01 in it, which is where Shinji and Rei are. But they were, for whatever reason, frozen for 14 years. Once again, you don't really know what's going on.
Obviously, there was a problem. They boxed them up and shot them into space.
I think they did that.
Mystery Science Theater 3000 style, I suppose.
That seems like a really weird thing to do. Just, you know what? We can't deal with this kid right now. Just get him off this planet. Get him out.
Get him out! Get him out! Get him out! But they bring him back not because they need Shinji, because who the fuck needs Shinji? But they need like a perpetual energy supply. They basically bring him back because they need like a 0-point module energy source to power their new ship.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of cool that they bring him back. Ava 1 awakens for a brief second to defeat Space Angel, Ribbon Space Angel. Goes dormant again. They pull Shinji out, and then Shinji has 0.000 sync ratio with Unit 1. There's no Rei, and all they pulled out was like his cassette tape player thing.
Before we get to Shinji back in the game, I just want to point out something very interesting. Have you noticed? Apparently, the book calls it Evangelion Mark IV. That's the space satellites. Do you notice that thing is made out of old EVA parts?
Mm-mm.
Like the thing, it's surrounded by 4 of their shoulder pads, the things that shoot the needles out. And here's something very fascinating: is that apparently humans have figured out how to harness the power of anti-AT fields, which is what those spears do.
Lance of Longinus, the lances, yeah.
Because basically this space satellite thing that Asuka fights with is like the bottom of it. I'm looking at the picture is basically its own spear, and it rips right through her AT field, which is how which basically gave these robots their huge advantage over conventional weapons. But now apparently Nerve has access to that and can just give it to anything. I think that's pretty neat. I think that's one of the main reasons why they wanted to make it take place so far into the future, is that they had all these fun ideas.
Yeah, I guess advancing technology, especially like stuff with the dummy plug in the second one.
Yeah.
In the series, they talked about it a couple of times before they instigated it. And, there were guilty feelings, and there was like, you can't digitize a human soul. You can just kind of trick the Ava into thinking something's there. And so to get over that whole thing, it's like 14 years in the future, we totally know what we're doing, except there's no humans left, and we're fucked. But, we still hate Shinji. That's always a constant.
I gotta say, in this movie, I think the Shinji hate was out of control. It was just... I was so frustrated watching the movie for the first time.
I completely 100% agree. They could have solved so many problems if they just sat Shinji down and went, look, shit went down. We think it was your fault. Here's what happened. We hate you, but don't pilot an Ava because you might start shit up again.
Yeah,
and then this is why we hate
when the next raid shows up and goes, come with me. He is so justified to leave with her because they've done nothing but antagonize him.
Yeah, like there is no... if they had just been straight up, even if they, basically told him what the score was, at least he may have just sat down in a corner and cried, which would have been better for everyone.
That's what we said the last time. If they just told him. No one ever tells him anything.
Yeah.
There would be no movie if they did that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, watching
I still
Shinji
think there'd be room for a movie if they even told him a little bit.
What? Did someone repeat that? What? You both said something at the same time.
Oh, sorry. I just said that if you wanted to see Shinji crying in a corner for an hour and a half, just go watch End of Evangelion.
This is true.
That's true. No, I love that intro though. It's pretty hardcore. The music when they're having their little space battle, and then it's shooting light beams at Orion. It's affecting her weird cyber JSX mod eye. And then she's like, do something, Shinji. And then he's like, all right, bitch, I'm here to see you. Shoots its own laser eye beam for whatever reason. And it's stuck in this space goblin thing. For anyone who's listening, if you're still listening by this point, yeah. It's we're trying our hardest to figure out what's going on. So imagine how those who don't know what they're talking about. Anyways, so he just comes back like he was like stuck in the robot for 14 years, and he just gets put back together. He hasn't aged. Everyone else has, but you wouldn't tell.
Well, no, Oscar, the curse of the Ava, which is how it's described, is that they don't age.
Because my buddy Brock and I were arguing about this, because he, for some reason, thought it was something to do with LCL, and I just said, they just say it's the curse of the Ava, and then when we rewatch the movie, and it's the exact line, no, you're not aging because it's the curse of the Ava, so...
Yeah.
We still... At the end of the day, I think it's pretty much just an excuse to keep
it could be the LCL for all we
designs.
know. You don't know. Like, it doesn't go into... it could be a combination of the two. It could be synchronizing and LCL. It, just never explains it.
No,
I also feel like it's a missed opportunity to see older versions of the characters. I think that would have been a cool thing to see if they were going to go...
I would love to see older Oscar. Like, older, pissed-off Oscar.
Especially with the eye patch. It would go a lot better than just seeing a 14-year-old girl with an eye patch.
By that stage, 14 years in the future, she'd be Solid Snake.
That'd be awesome.
Solid. Hiding in a box going, I'm going to kill you, Shinji.
Shinji!
Just smoking a cigarette.
I can see that. I think they did that honestly just for merchandising. It's like, well, we have all this merch from the second movie and the first movie. We still got to sell this. If we redesign the characters, then we have to redo everything. It's like The Simpsons. I'd love to see The Simpsons get a bit older, but I don't know.
Well, no, what I was thinking of was, like, she now has an eye patch, and that's how they sold new toys, which is like Malibu Stacy. Oh, she's got a new hat!
Yep. You just scribble black
She's got a new
around all
hat.
the old figures.
Look at the battle damage plug suit!
And now it has a flashlight.
So they basically have the money to build new Avas and still have this fleet, but they can't manufacture new plug suits because it's all patched up with, like, duct tape and shit.
That's awesome. I love duct tape suits.
Yeah.
I think
it
they
looks
did it.
cool. Like, I like the fact that, like, that's the only plug suit they have left, but it's like... It just sounds... It's just so weird that they have all this other stuff, and it's like, we're not going to repair your plug suit, just keep patching it up every now and again.
I guess that new fan service plug suit didn't survive the ingestion.
Yeah, they keep, being like, oh, don't worry, fan service! At the end of every movie.
Yeah, there's probably not a whole lot of fan service in 3.33.
No, it's mainly the other movies have it.
It's the Shinji Cross Haru.
Yeah, that is actually, you're right, that is definitely fan servicey. That's such a sweet thing. That's what makes that movie, though. That's the only thing
the best bromance.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the stronger
I don't think it's
parts
a
of the
bromance.
movie.
I just think it's just straight up romance. It's just a...
Yeah.
Totally.
This is romance.
Showdown thing.
It is. If Karu went up to Shinji and was like, yo, Shinji, let's do it, he would be, at that point in time with his mental state, he would have been down.
Yeah.
He would have just gone...
He taught him how to play the piano like a pro in like a couple days. Like, you gotta be grateful for a guy.
He learns it too quickly. I guess that's
actually really frustrated my buddy Alex because he actually plays the piano and he saw Shinji just improving. He's like, that's bullshit.
Well, we don't know how much time Shinji was there, though. That could have taken months or, like 6 months or maybe 8 months or something for all we know.
If that were
it's a montage, basically.
They did not show that properly.
No, they didn't.
But keep
we
in
don't
mind,
know, that's the thing.
They were both playing it, so I think most of that was Nagisa.
And it was all pretense for synchronization.
Yeah. Not unlike the original series with Dance Like You Want to Win. Okay, so Shinji is saved by Vile, a suspicious group of rebels from now the Evil Nerve, who were the good guys, but now for whatever reason. Probably because of the whole human instrumentality thing that sort of happened, but didn't really, but maybe it did, we don't know. No one really understands. So hey, you know what's fun? Airships. Let's put an airship in our show. It's pretty cool. Come on.
I was waiting for it to transform into a giant Ava.
I know it is one, basically. It's just crazy setup.
Like I hope that opens even no matter how dumb it would be. I think it'd be kind of cool if it just turned into a giant robot to help out. Because why not?
Well, I mean, it is
effectively a giant Ava, isn't it? Like it is. Like it's got all the parts of an Ava. Like they're in like a giant entry plug, effectively.
Yeah.
And it's got all the parts there, and they needed Unit 1 as like a 0-point energy source, I guess. Like, some sort of infinite power with an S2 engine, which is why they retrieved it. and they're able to go into the sky and remain in the sky and
Yep.
basically avoid Nerve. But other than that, like, it doesn't seem to do anything else Ava-like. Like, it's like the basis
Dude,
of their
it's got those
ship.
cannons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's got the cannons,
Got
and
the
it picks up the rest of the fleet as well.
Yeah. Using their...
That looks so silly, seeing all those flying battleships.
I know.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
just like,
that's
oh,
just
man.
weird.
It's kooky. And then the Nerve bots, not unlike the space guys, once again, covered in the Eva shoulder pads. But now there's like an underwater kill. Like they just rip through things underwater. You can't see them because they've got shields or something. AT fields are all over the place by this point. But now they've got
The ship flies, it shoots AT fields for propulsion.
I don't know. No one really understands. And then they... Oh man, it's out of control. I was gonna skip through this for whatever. Flying airship. Your satellites can't defeat us. No, you know, it's funny because they stole this ship, right? It was a Nerve product.
I don't know, like, all the rest of the ships there look like they're UN ships. Like, all the... What was left of humanity congregated with the rest of whatever was left of humanity. And that's why Nerve confuses me in that movie so much, because you only ever see... Like, Shinji receives new clothes, and he receives meals every day, but the only two people you ever see are, like, a fucked up Gendo and a really, really old Fuyutsuki.
Yeah. Well, I think the whole place is automated by that point.
I mean, that's the only explanation. It's like, but why the fuck didn't they just go into Nerve and say, hey, it's just the two of you, let's get a gun, let's shoot them now?
Well, I think it's because of all these satellites. They're defending the place.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's basically the only explanation, because there ain't nothing else left at this stage.
Yeah, once again, so many holes. You can fill in however you like. Oh, by the way, they put a giant bomb on Shinji's neck, so he can't do shit.
The DSS Choker?
DSS Choker, which is an actual piece of apparel you can buy in Japan, right, AC?
Yeah, I've never seen, if there is an official product, I've never seen it, but I've certainly seen a lot of people wandering around Harajuku with the with a good facsimile, and one of them actually had like a whole bunch of LED lights in there that kind of flashed back and forth.
Cute.
And everyone thought it was so cool, but to me it just kind of looked a little bit like Knight Rider.
I can see that. Okay, so the good guys were rebels. We don't even know if they're good. I don't think they're good. I don't like Willie. Fuck Willie.
I mean, they didn't really do anything to persuade either Shinji or anyone really that they're...
Yeah, this is how they...
We're under the assumption they'd want to stop the Human Instrumentality Project, and that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, whatever it takes. That's what she said. Just trying. I guess they didn't know exactly what was going to happen back when they were all working as one team. So, Darren, you love your Gundam. What do you think of the new Zaku I Eva Mark 6, is it?
I dig it.
I know, it's so cool.
I dig it. I would buy a model of that if I saw it.
Oh, speaking of which. You see that? Yeah.
I guess that counts.
I don't want to open it. I'm holding up for those listening. It is the Kyoto Rebel Tech.
I like I like the new Mark 00 better than the new Ray they introduced in this movie.
Yeah, understandable. I love his scythes. Scythes and always badass. Okay,
like,
so
Ray by the end of that movie is like going, "Oh, am I not the real Ray? What's going on?" And it's less mysterious and more like she's just totally smoking a blunt the entire time. So going,
she's basically just
where
there
am
like
I?
some sort of
going
vegetable.
On?
The whole
I'm
movie.
totally tripping right now. It's not mysterious. It's just it's underplayed. You know,
and it's really frustrating too because after coming off of movie 2 where Ray got a lot of development, it's just that all that's out the window right now.
No, but that's the whole.
But they might bring her back. Like
she
she might still be stuck in the entry plug or in the system of Unit 1, and like she might be pooped out at some stage. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
well,
hard
she
to say.
is. Like Shinji doesn't understand that. He's like, "Well, what are you talking about? She's right there. Why are you pointing that thing that's going to blow my head up at me? Yeah, you people are crazy now. I don't know what's going on. You never know what's going on."
And he has a good point. Like for once, Shinji has a good point. Like, you fuckers, I am getting out of Dodge. But the fact that she like Misato doesn't blow his head off, is, that tells you that there's some sort of significant, like, there's something still there between them. Like there's something that's still stopping her from going, probably shouldn't blow off my old roomie's head.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, they've
I
had
guess.
14 years to become badasses, but I think deep down they still care for him, as they did back in the day. And let's point out, by the way, that it was Masato who egged Shinji on back in the second movie.
Yes,
Yeah, just
and I think that's really
Yeah.
important.
She was
as well.
literally screaming, "Yeah, Shinji, do it!"
Mm-hmm.
And then she's just like, "No, Shinji, I hate you now." And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Mixed signals, to say the least.
You're the only one cheering him on to cause third impact, as long as he did it for himself.
Yeah. Which is pretty cool. so Nerve rescues quote-unquote Shinji from Willy, who's the new guys. Masato's
Actually, in
ready to
the,
blow
I think
his
it's
head
actually
off.
pronounced Willy, like with a
It's
German V,
Yeah.
Wille.
Yeah, because the
It's
ship's
really
the
sounds-
Wanda. The Wanda. I think
Yeah,
they
the
called it the
Wanda.
Wonder.
Because a lot of what happens in Nerve is from German. Like before it was Nerve, like, and Nerve is Nerv is German for English Nerve, and before it was Nerve it was Gehirn, which is German for brain. So and Asele is German for soul. So there's a whole bunch of, and of course Oscar is half German as well.
Yeah.
So I think there's a whole lot of German subtext in there as well, which they kind of borrow that language. But it's such a shame that Japanese people cannot pronounce the letter V. It doesn't exist in their phonetics. So they go "wui" in like a really awkward B sound. "Wui." But it's a Wanda and it's a Willy. Because Willy was actually an old, like, if you know what a Jeep is, like the very early Jeep, there was a car company called Willys. Willys?
You guys want to hear
And-
something really fucked up? I literally worked for the Willies. That's the name of the company I work for. That's the family name. So this kind of freaks me out. I'm not gonna lie. Because
Do they
I
have
agree.
Jeeps?
It's a Dodge branded company.
Yeah.
They deal with Dodge. And,
So Chrysler bought the
messed up.
Willys
It freaked me out.
brand back in like the 1950s, I think.
I'm probably going to be in 3+1. I'll be there at some point. It was me all along.
This explains a lot right now.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I agree. He was right to leave. It's not a good company to work for. Yeah, man. What is going on here? Like, where is everybody? It's crazy. So much you don't understand. Okay. So a whole lot of nothing really happens. Shinji learns to be. He makes a friend. They show him the truth, which is everything that happened after the third impact from the second movie. That sounds about right. They're lying. They're watching the stars. He's like, so what just happened here? What is going on? He's like, would you like to know? Well, here's a wall. What is that wall? Is that like the geofront? Is that what's going on?
I think it's what's left of the geofront. Like, they obviously have to go down what looks to me like an emergency staircase that existed at one point in the past, down like one of the silos. And, he has to go in hazmat gear, basically. Like,
Yeah.
Karu's fine, but Shinji has to go basically in full gear. And Karu basically goes like, even if you didn't mean it, this is your fault. Like, everything that's happening here, it's on you. And he's like going, I didn't mean to do it. And he's going, well, whether you did or didn't, I don't blame you, dude. But it's still your fault. You did
God, it's like if the people at Nerve just did what Karu did, it would have been such
I know.
It would have had, it would have, everything
Because
would have
Karu
made
it's like probably the most likable character in this whole movie because he just explains things.
I know, right? I love that they're like, we don't have time to be dicking around. We gotta show them something. We gotta give people something. Okay, so here's
there's an important part that was skipped, and that is Shinji and Kaoru are getting along really, really well.
Yep.
And like he's learning to play the piano, and there's like a montage of them do having lots of fun playing the piano. And Shinji goes back to his room by himself every night. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaoru repairs his old cassette player.
Yep.
But at one stage, because Shinji's having a good, for the end of the world, he seems to be doing okay for once.
Yeah.
After everything that's happened, he seems to be doing okay. And then he gets a shirt that's a little bit too big for him. He goes, it's too big.
Yep.
Looks at it, and it's Suzahara Toji-san.
Yep.
So it's Toji's old shirt, which basically confirms this is Toji's. It reminds me of the past. Toji's probably dead. So is everyone else.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's
that
what
brings him
him
back, crashing back to reality for those couple of seconds, which
Isn't
makes
that-
him latch onto Kaoru even more.
Isn't that
Like
what
Kaoru
brings
is
him
like
to
the
their,
last thing he has left.
yeah. And all the people he used to work with that they sort of get along with were like, we're going to blow your brain up if you go in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we see this moon, which looks a lot like the Lilith egg from the end of Evangelion. And holy shit, what the hell? Once again, no one really understands what's happening. Camera pans down, it looks like a huge mouth coming out of the ground. There's all these weird teeth. Everything's blood red, and yeah, suddenly there's like robots everywhere climbing over buildings. It looks like they have no heads. Like, what the hell happened? Like, they could easily fill it like a second Evangelion TV series between whatever happened during the second and third movie. You just don't know. Out of control. And he's like, well, shit sucks, but maybe we can fix things. We get those spears that are like super powerful. Okay, so he meets up with Fuyutsuki, who, once again, let's explain some shit. Very convenient.
Did we already talk about Gendo's new cool space glasses?
No, but those are pretty cool.
That's
Those
all.
are
I just
also
wanted to
available.
bring that to attention, just because he's got cool new Cyclop-inspired space
Yep.
glasses for no reason. Also,
Yep.
Gendo looks really good considering 14 years have passed.
Yeah. I
Like,
feel like that's
his
like
hair's not graying out. I was really impressed by that.
feels like a comment on Asian people in general. Like they don't look like they age or something. I don't know. So Shinji learns about where his mom went, and that she's more or less in the same place where the Ray he tried to save is. Sound about right?
And who are basically the same. He learns that they're basically the same person anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, like the clone thing. But what's interesting about that scene is that whole time when he's playing shogi with Fuyutsuki, he is respectful the whole way. Every time he goes past Fuyutsuki, he bows, which is like a sign of respect.
Yeah.
And even after he learned all of this terrible truth, and after, you know, what Fuyutsuki's seen and been through, and he's lived through like several impacts by this stage and seen the worst and best of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Fuyutsuki's like going, oh man, I'm just so
wretched
tired and
warlock,
sick
right?
of this. But Shinji still bows at the end when he leaves. Like, even after all of these revelations, like, he still kind of, you know, has a respectful bow to Fuyutsuki. And I think Fuyutsuki is this weird sort of conduit for neutrality in this a lot. Like, he knows what Gendo is trying to do and doesn't obviously agree with everything, but is like basically kind of there to keep an eye on Gendo. I don't know. It's like,
well, they have the same and they want the same thing, right? They both want to see Yui again, who is Gendo's former wife.
That's context in the original series, but
Yeah.
in this series you don't know. You know
No,
nothing about Yui.
There's something different is definitely happening.
And there is something interesting about Yui in that in this version, and sorry, I need to bring this up because I was rewatching it last night. So Yui's name is Yui Ayanami. And that's important because in the original her name was Yui Yakari. Gendo was Gendo Rokopongi, which is Japanese for sextant, like a navigation instrument. And Gendo took her name, which is really important to the story because he really wants to see Yui again, and like basically that very rarely happens in Japan, like where the man takes the woman's name only if she is of a higher class or stature, which he did, and that is very significant to the plot in the original. But in this one, it looks like Gendo's name was Gendo Ikari all along, not Rokubongi, and Yui's name was Yui Ikari. Sorry, Yui Ayanami, which is where Ayanami comes from in this. So it looks like Gendo and Yui may have had a different relationship there. Like maybe he doesn't care about Yui as much.
Maybe. It's hard to tell.
You know, it's very, very hard to tell, but it's a difference that might be significant in some way.
Well, everything's significant in this world.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's why I bring it up.
Yeah. By the way, I think Yoshi might be asleep. It's late for him.
Yeah,
But it's good for the rest of us. Okay, where are we now in the show? Okay, so Gendo is hanging out in front of the head of Lilith because some, once again, crazy shit you don't get to know about happened. And he's got that briefcase that, what's his name? Super Spy brought to him in the second movie.
Koji, yeah, who's just gone now.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, I was really disappointed not to see Kaji at all. Like, even as a background character, to know he's still alive.
Especially because of the movie, too. He's not really there for that long.
I
He's
love
one of my favorite
Kaji.
characters. I was really
Yeah,
bummed
me
out.
too.
Like, he's name dropped, but he's never shown.
But they do say, oh, he's like the guy that Kaji told us about or something. Like, so it's referenced that he might be alive, but you're not 100% sure. He is mentioned.
No, yeah.
Mm.
One of the guys on the Wunder mentions him.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
like Kaji was like the one that found their new staff or something. But yeah, he's always
Maybe they
somewhere.
just had so much nothing of Kaji, they decided to leave it a mystery. But like,
Well, he's always.
I
a mystery.
like Kaji. He's a great character.
No, he's awesome. I think it's a
Yeah.
huge loss that he's not there to any capacity. Even just having one short scene would have been better than nothing.
Maybe he's too jovial for this movie. Like maybe they thought, oh man, this guy has he's too positive, and we want this movie to be dark as fuck, so we can't crowbar.
I'm just picturing him show up at the beginning with the other Viley members, and he's just like, "Screw you, Shinji. You got the robot." He's like, "You're on their side too. Like, what is this?"
Come on, Kaji, you tried to come on to me once. I remember. I'm not hearing a no.
They're just fucking with him because it's funny. Okay, so why is Lilith's head, who's now looking like Rei got in there, not unlike in the end of Evangelion, but now just the head has ascended far away from the body, might I add, and it's surrounded by all these like frozen in place Evangelion bodies. What the hell happened? It's crazy. Does anyone have any idea what happened?
So yeah, once again, I just keep reiterating the point that I think it is like End of Evangelion that was stopped halfway through.
Yeah.
Maybe without Shinji, who was... You got to remember that in End of Evangelion, for the most part, Shinji has a mental breakdown. And he is a passenger of Unit 1 throughout the majority. However, he's still the key. He needs to be inside Unit 1, part of the Tree of Life and all that kind of stuff that happens. Maybe if they don't have Shinji there being the key, the whole process breaks down and instrumentality doesn't go as planned. And that's why they don't want. That's why the rest of the Wunder crew don't want Shinji to get back in the Eva, and why Gendo is still trying to use him and Kaoru as a key to instigate fourth impact, or at least finish off third impact.
Yeah, I feel like that's when once Lilith started her calm Suser Todd moment, as you put it before.
Yeah,
that's when the Wunder or the Willy that's when their coup started because they saw what was going on. But I feel like that's when they were able to stop things because there wasn't any super powerful thing that was like killing everyone. It feels like everyone was still in control at that point.
yeah.
They dropped down into the epicenter, and you can see the cross where Lilith used to be attached. But now instead of LCL, there's just skulls everywhere. Whose skulls are those? Are those the Evas above, or was that where their heads went?
Yeah, and obviously the skulls are too big to be human skulls, and I think that's significant. Like the fact that there's a whole bunch of headless Ava type things, and then there's a whole bunch of skulls in there, which means that some shit went down and it wasn't complete. Like they all went to the doors of Goth, the gates were closed. All that, yeah, and I have no idea how it looked like that. Like maybe it's just an aesthetic thing. They thought, man, it'd be so fucking metal if Shinji was in a robot and trampling all over skulls. And then we could have Metallica, and oh shit, we can't afford Metallica. Well, let's have the skulls.
That's the toy I mentioned. There's a little set you can put the feet in, and it's skulls, and it looks cool.
Yeah. Also, like
is that then?
Yeah, she has like that unit model has like a scythe. Like, it's basically death. Death is like there with a whole bunch of skulls underneath, so...
Okay, now to have to go back to our show notes for just a moment. What do you guys think of this double entry plug system? Not unlike Pacific Rim. You think they're all going to have that now? We've seen the end where they show...
No, I think it was a special case that was using both Kaoru as Adam and Shinji as the key, or one of Lilith, like a version of Lilith, to pilot an Ava which had the capacity to remove both spears and instigate the rest of the impact, which is what Gendo wants. Which is why he was like kind of tricked them and go, hey, I hear if you remove those spears, you can go back in time and change everything. And that's why Shinji's so desperate to do it.
but those are like fake future tech spears, not unlike what the White Evas used in the end of Evangelion again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lilith is
So-
dead or something. Like, what the hell? It's weird. Like I said, it's like you're really watching what happened after the end of Evangelion. Very strange.
We're
And
definitely missing a big piece of the puzzle here.
oh, huge. I feel that's the main reason why everyone, like a lot of people, dislike the third movie. I think it's the best one. I love this third movie.
I think the second movie is my favorite, actually, just because so much
I'm
happens.
definitely on there. I really enjoyed the second movie, although I do lament the loss of DDR with Asuka and Shinji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because so much happened in the second movie. Both like it was funny, it was like it had action, it had it had character
It was
development.
certainly a lot more complete.
It also had stuff that connected it to the original series, but it also branched off in new and interesting ways without being like
different.
overboard.
Mm.
Which I think the third movie is kind of like at risk of. It's just like there's so much here that we're just left with so many unknowns. And the fourth movie has so much to answer for, and if it can't answer that, it kind of like invalidates these rebuilds.
And I
They'll
think
probably
that is. I think Darren brings up a really important point here: is that we cannot judge the third movie properly until we see the fourth. Especially if the fourth is the last, we cannot we can speculate and we can have all these theories and we can say whether we liked Evangelion 3.0 or 3.33, but until we actually see what happens and what they explain, we can't really form a full opinion on that movie. Like, it might explain a lot and it might explain it really well, or it might give us enough clues, but until we see what is coming next, that entire movie is basically just fan theory for the most part.
That's why it makes it such a fun podcast talk.
Yeah, and like the original series was fan theory to a certain extent, but at least we had enough to go on, enough to make theories about. Whereas this, it's wild speculation, and I just don't think that's enough to go off. Like, whether you enjoyed it or not. And there are things about the third movie I really enjoyed, but there were things that were just very problematic as well.
Like, why is Mark 6 like attached to half of Lilith, and why is it getting huge? And who threw the spears down to freeze everything?
And where are the other spears, is the other question. Because when Kaoru sees him, he's like, that's not the spears we're looking for.
Yeah, basically that's what he says. So are the other ones on the moon? Are they in orbit? Like in the original series? Like, what happened? Like, they're originally security devices, basically.
And what is it, like, how does he know that they're not the right ones at that point? Like, is it the color? Because they're both red?
I think he just knows because he's the vessel of Adam. Like,
Is he?
I don't know, like, it just
To
kind
be
of, like,
fair,
there's obviously a
Kaoru
lot
knew
more
the
going
rest of the
on.
plot, so he must know.
He must, yeah.
No, but he doesn't know it. That's why he spends that whole fight just thinking what the hell's going on. 'Cause he doesn't know either, which is pretty cool, because at this point, Gendo's still the one that knows the most. Like, to the point where he's even going to shut off Seele or just
he had the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So he basically had the script. He knew what was going on.
Those darn Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, so we got the fight now of new EVA 13, which is with the double plug system, which is both Shinji and Kaoru, versus EVA 02 Dash, who drops down now that they've opened the lid to get into this super secret room. Now, here's something interesting, is that this new robot that Shinji's driving is unable to even make AT fields, apparently. And he's got these future robot bit things that make all the AT fields for him. He doesn't even have a weapon. Isn't that fascinating? Like, you see him standing there, and he's got the four little bits flying around.
The spheres. The spheres are, like, basically defense drones or something like that. Like,
it reminds me of Gradius.
It definitely reminds me a lot of like the fangs or funnels from the Gundam series, because there's a lot of robots that franchise that has like floating bits that do things. It's a big theme of Gundam.
I think that probably is a reference, but I think it's also... I think there's a hint that with a double entry system, whereas Kaoru is Adam and Shinji is one of the Lilim, they cannot generate an AT field between them. Like that
Kaoru
Eva is
Adam.
incapable of generating an AT field, which is why they have those fears. The robot is incredibly powerful being synchronized like that, but it can't generate anything that's could basically be an AT field.
Now, to jump ahead just a wee bit, is not Eva 13 an atom itself? Because
One
that's
more
what Mari says, like, oh my god, one of the surviving atoms. The Eva 13 is literally an atom. Like, there's 4 of them in this rebuild series. You see them briefly. One of them has a third eye.
Yeah.
But this isn't just an Eva. Like, I think, like, you see this one part where, like, he's fighting Unit 2 and he's flipping around, then she runs out of power, which is super awkward, and then he slaps her off. And then he's like, oh god, he's going to get to the spears. We can't let that happen or it's going to destroy the world. Quick, shoot
Once
him with
again,
a...
this could have been stopped if they said, Shinji, stop, listen to me. This is bad for these reasons. But they don't. They go, Baka Shinji, you are an idiot. Why don't you do what I say? Despite the fact that I am now at least 28 years old or something like that. I still act like a petulant 14-year-old.
Yeah.
You idiot.
So Shinji's gonna go get the spirits. I was like, maybe you shouldn't. He's like, but it's the whole reason we're here. And then he just unplugs his side, and then the dummy plug takes over for that part. So I was more or less in control, which is weird, because why did they even need 2? Just open the lid? I don't know. It's weird.
I think they needed both of them to get up there and remove the spears, basically.
No, but Kaoru's not even in control of the robot at that point.
No, but he's still in there, and I think that's part of the point. Even if he's just a passenger by that stage, he's probably in there for a significant point.
Yeah. Okay.
They need him to instigate something.
So Mari, who's once again taking the role of long-range sniper, she shoots her anti-AT field bullets at it, and they just sort of melt into him. What's going on with that? I was reading some forums, and no one has an answer for why they just sort of melt into it.
It just looks like phase technology. It kind of phases halfway through and then becomes solid. Sure. I don't know. It looks cool, but as far as explanations go, don't got one other than the fact that it's...
I think part of it was that because Unit 13 was this brand new type, and that it just had unique properties that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, what I went back to before is that we're seeing future technology, and I think this is the most futuristic one yet, and yet it's ironically built on some of the oldest, which is Adam. And then hey, it's got 4 arms. That's cool. I like a robot with 4 arms, and it pulls out the spears. And then oh boy, what the hell's going on? Okay, so there's pulls the spears out. Once let the Lilith explodes, and surprise, Mark 6 is still in there. And then there's an angel in that. So once again, we missed a whole lot of backstory. And that looks like the angel from the original show. The one was like a DNA strand kind of. But it doesn't matter. It's flipping around because Mark 6's head was cut off, and it's spinning around, and it becomes a core, and then you can't stop it. And then it becomes like a new Lilith sort of thing.
And in my opinion, one of the greatest moments in television, in my opinion, and I'm somewhat qualified to talk about this, is the final confrontation when Kaoru in the original series is revealed to be an angel, and then goes and takes over Unit 2, and then tries to instigate, gets the closest to instigating Third Impact than any other angel. Mm-hmm. And they do it all to Beethoven's symphony. Sure. Symphony number 9 in D minor? I can't remember which one.
Sure.
Off the top of my head. But I think that is such a great, fantastic moment in television, especially towards the end when it's this one animation cell. And then he just squeezes the fist, his head jumps off. And in this time, they instigate that same music, but in a completely different way, and it just does not have the same impact.
Not at all. I was sitting there
disappointed. This is not the time you use that music. That music is so integral to the original series, and now you're using it at this point? It's not significant. And if it is significant, you're not telling us why it's significant.
As well, the whole scene with Kaoru's death, I felt wasn't nearly as impactful as the original scene where they did it. I felt like it was a way better scene, especially because Shinji was the one who had to kill him.
Yeah.
Whereas in this scene, it's like, well, and the other thing is, like, why couldn't just Kaoru take off the necklace?
I know, that's
The,
so weird.
I don't think he wanted to. I
Joker.
think the point of that scene was that he was there and he went, this is it. This is the way it's got to be because I don't want you to die, and if I live, then everyone else dies. And Shinji, I guess I want you to live, which is fucked up in itself.
Because he knows like all the angels have to die for whatever's going to happen happens.
But I think what really is good about that scene, and the rest of that I don't like, but the bit where you see Kaoru explode and splatter across the entry plug.
Mm-hmm.
And Shinji, who has just seen the very last person on Earth who has any positive feelings towards him, he looks like he's in the next room and within reaching distance. But, of course, like all he can do is reach out and touch the side of the entry plug.
Yeah.
And he sees his best friend and he wants to hug him or he wants to save him, and all he can do is bang against something. It looks like he's so close yet so far away at the same time. And I think that's really effective. As a piece of cinema, because in the end he explodes, and Shinji after that point has a mental breakdown and is just cowering at the very bottom of the entry plug. After that, that's kind of when he has his mental break, or what will probably be the first of many, many, many mental breaks.
Yeah. Oh golly. Still though, 400 Evangelion looks pretty cool. Yeah, what do you like? Do you like that white version too? Like he gets his little like octopus limbs on his shoulders. And they're like, what? It's an angel. And then doors of Guffer open again. That's where all the souls go or something. And once again, you don't really understand what's going on. You're not really meant to. Their airship comes by for a little while, sort of helps them stop what they're doing, but then the headless Mark 9, whatever, shows up. And apparently, once again, you don't know what's going on, but this becomes like its own weird, once again, future mech, and it tries to take over their airship. Sound about right?
Yeah, that I actually quite like that bit.
Yeah, that part's cool.
It's cool. It doesn't explain anything, but it's just like a nice piece of action that seems more significant than what was happening before.
It almost seems like all the Evas that Nerve has now have some sort of angel tech integrated into them, which is pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like they tried to take something into them for their own nefarious purposes. And when I say nefarious, I don't mean like it was like almost some sort of secret angel agenda or something. And Seele starts taking over the ship.
Yeah, well, it was theirs to begin with, right? That was the whole
I don't
they
know that.
take it
I have
away
no idea,
from them.
actually.
And they say like whatever Mark 9 is the Wunder's true master. As though
they do say that, don't they?
Ship. Yeah.
But for all you know, it might be stolen technology, but then again, so are the Avas. Like the Avas are basically, a copy of what they found, and basically blueprints from the Dead Sea Scrolls or whatever.
That's all people at this point. Like there's really no angels to speak of. There's not too much going on as far as the original bad guys or aliens. And I love that he's shooting lasers even though he has no head, but you can still see him shooting from where his head would be. I think that's hilarious. I love that. The vessel of Adams is the Wunder's true master. And then he grows a new head because it's hardcore. Okay, you know what time it is now, right? Yeah. Asuka shows up with her now recharged 02 dash. Shoots at Wonder. Doesn't work. It's got one of those weird masks covering its core, which is where you got to shoot. You know what time it is now, boys? Time for Cold 777. So what do you guys think of this transformation? Takes it one step further from the last movie, doesn't it?
I thought the tail looked really dumb.
Yeah, I gotta say, it was... when in like Super Mario World for 3D Mario World for the Wii, it kind of reminded me of that, like when they turn them into cats. Like, oh, Mario's got a cat suit. It's so cute. It kind of reminded me of that. It's like, oh my god, our Avas look kind of like cats now, guys. Japanese people love cats.
I love all the new stuff they added to this episode.
Well, Steven, as judging by all the models surrounding you, I think it's working. What they're doing in these rebuilds. I think it's working quite effectively.
Yeah, I think they got you, buddy.
You were both in Japan. Does this this code 777, are there toys of that? I mean, there must be, but
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
Look, I was actually over in Japan. It happened to coincide with a trip that I went on when it first came out, and I actually saw Evangelion 3.0 in the cinema, like a couple of days after it came out.
Right.
And then, me being me, I was going around Akihabara and Nakano Broadway afterwards, and I saw a lot of Eva merchandise, but nothing like that. I never actually saw one of those, I gotta say.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's
So
too soon.
if it was designed to ship toys, I've never seen one. And I collect a lot of Eva stuff, and I've never come across one. I'm sure there's one out there, but I don't think it was maybe not as popular as they thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, much like the movie, right?
Yeah, like, I don't hear a lot of anything in Japan about that movie one way or the other. Like, because so much weird shit happens in Japan all the time, especially in movies. It just may have been, oh man, that Eva movie was so weird. Full stop. It might not have been worth talking about for them. Who knows? Like, I mean, I should know, but there's just not a whole lot of talk about it from my perspective. And I admit I don't frequent Japanese forums or anything like that, but I keep at least some of my ears to the ground for some of this, and maybe I've been missing a whole chunk of really disappointed otaku talking about this, but I just don't hear much about it at all.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing Yoshi's asleep, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing he was looking pretty dozy before.
I mean, we weren't hearing so much from him, like, pretty much after the talk for, like, midway through Eva 2.
Yeah, it's true. Time zones. What can you do?
Yeah.
All right, cool. My computer just froze for a bit, but is the stream still going? I think it's fine. I don't want to cut this part. It's good. I think no one's watching it.
Apparently, still one person's watching.
That might be me.
Maybe.
I have
but
no
if you have it open, I don't know how that works. But that's Google. Anyways, we're almost done here. So, back to the yellow bad guy robot can now become goo, and it becomes goo, and that somehow lets it hack into this flying airship. Pretty cool music. Red Eva becomes Cat Eva in order to once again become even stronger, and then it bites Yellow Eva. And once again, I thought this whole part was badass. Very much a Michael Bay sort of scene. Like, you just turn your brain off, just enjoy whatever the hell is going on. She's literally trying to rip the neck off of the Yellow Eva. He's not black, by the way. It looks hardcore as fuck.
And despite its best efforts, that beast mode once again doesn't really do much to help out.
Well, it defeats it, but the whole
No, it
thing is
didn't.
core.
It kept regenerating because the whole body was the core.
Yeah, but they didn't know that.
Yeah, but it didn't do anything in the end, and they just had to self-destruct.
Damn it, why you gotta be hating?
I gotta be hating on beast mode. I'll be bringing down the beast mode.
I know, you don't like that mode, do you?
I just think when there's berserk status, like that's the thing to go to. And I think beast mode seems like a weird half measure that so far hasn't really been that effective.
Kind of reminds me of the Beast Wars.
I'd say like
That's
this
funny.
beast mode is like a Kaioken versus a Super Saiyan. It's kind of like the comparison I'm thinking of in
It's
terms
like
of
the
like
yellow hair
power
versus
difference.
the blue hair. Yeah. It's just
Maybe.
a different form. And it's a new movie. Let's make things cool and interesting.
Yeah, they gotta make them toys.
Yeah, that's cool. We can, like, once again with the Gundams, it's the same thing.
A little different.
Yeah, Gundam has this. It's very separate from anime in Japan. I probably mentioned this last time, but
Well, I just mean
Gundam
with the designs,
has a
like,
completely
redesigns.
like separate mythology. But that doesn't mean that you can't have toys and make money that way and still have an interesting storyline.
They
I
definitely
think maybe-
don't jeopardize either or with the way they
Yeah.
have it set up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And like this time, I'm not sure if that was even their intention with Evangelion 3.3, and it looks like maybe they were trying to go in that direction at some point, like make it interesting and sell toys, but it kind of,
Certainly.
in my opinion, failed on both parts there.
I like it that it went into new directions. I don't like the first one because it is, once again, just a retelling. We don't need a retelling. We've all seen the original stuff. I like that they're now, it almost reminds of Game of Thrones, and now they're now trying to veer off course and do their own thing because there's no more books to base the show off. Okay, so yeah, Mark 9, pretty hardcore robot. It's half goo. It's melting into the airship. 02 Cat Dash is gonna explode because there's nothing else they can really do in time. Yay, we saved our ship. And now all of Salem, as far as I can tell, is over and done with. Like, apparently they're just monoliths you can turn off with a big switch. So I think that was them. Now they're dead. I don't know. You never really.
Now we could have solved this problem a long time ago. Hey, there's an off switch on these guys. All right.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, the fact that when they switch them off, like you see the pattern of like the nerve pattern of a human brain, might be like indicative of what's going on.
I think that's them.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, Sele doesn't have that much of a significant part other than being this shadowy organization. Like, what we think of Sele is so much of the original series.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've brought over from our own expectations. Like, if you just watch this purely from 1.11, 2.22, 3.33, then they're not in there a whole lot. They're like these guys who kind of show up and they're monoliths, and you think, oh, it's a bit 2001-y over here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, yeah, they've been turned off, and it's like, why didn't you do that to begin with? Or were they even significant to begin with? They are in the original series, but in this one, who knows? Maybe not.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I like. I like that they've changed things up. I wouldn't really understand the point if they didn't.
My buddy Brock and I actually got in an argument about Sele and the rebuilds because we were arguing how, like, I was arguing how in the original series they were like kind of behind the UN and they were doing their own Illuminati-esque thing, and in this movie I was arguing they were just monoliths, and that's all they are in this rebuild universe. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Because Sele are a bunch of dudes in the original.
Yeah.
And that when you see them as monoliths, and everyone always remembers them as monoliths, but they don't become those until much later on in the series. And people kind of remember those, and even at the end of Evangelion, you see like Keel Lorenz, like head of Sele, basically melt away and become nothing but a bunch of like.
He's mostly robot.
Yeah, he's a lot robot.
He's mostly JC Dentist.
Well, I remember back in the early days of the internet and speculating of what Evangelion was, there was this rather erroneous webpage called Evangelion FAQ, like the frequently asked questions of Evangelion or something. And like, was this one guy who had his own theories on Evangelion and tried to answer these questions? And everyone kind of, at the time, because there wasn't a whole lot out there, kind of took it as truth. And people came out and said, no, this is just this one guy's theory and he's totally wrong. But his original theory about Keel Lorenz was that he was the wandering Jew. Like, he was the guy, like, the Roman legionnaire who, like, basically speared Jesus while he was on the cross and was cursed to ever walk the earth. And this guy's theory was that the only way this guy could get out of this curse was basically to instigate instrumentality and meld everyone's minds into one, and then he'd finally be free of his immortality curse. And yeah, there was all these wild and rampant speculation at first, and it's not until that it became much more refined and essays were written about them that you kind of got more of a feeling of what was going on. And I think it's similar for this movie in that it's kind of the Wild West, because we all have to speculate. There's no solid theory or evidence at this point until, we read more supplemental material or more stuff is released or we work out more. At the moment, we're just going, oh my god, like, I think this is what happened. No, this is what this happened. So,
definitely open for speculation.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so the good guys more or less taken care of. They're sort of saved, but they have to, their engines, they gotta fix their engines. And so they can't stop the end of the world just yet. And then we get to that scene that we mentioned before with Kaoru and Shinji in the cockpit. And now, wasn't Kaoru not able to even control the mech? Like, he pulled the thing on him, so he was like dummy plugged. But suddenly he's in control again, and he's able to stab the big trigger with the, the spears again. And that's able to slow it all down.
He goes stabby on himself, effectively, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, to prevent
I guess he finally has
impact.
control of everything again.
And Shinji's still synced up, so he obviously feels the blunt of that.
Yeah.
The brunt.
But of course, we gotta push that trigger, stop things, and boom, head explode. And they already knew that it was showing that it was attached to the angel and not any person anyways, so it all worked out. So, super strong Evangelion falls back to Earth. Hasn't quite solved everything yet, so Mari runs in, pulls like a big switch on its back. Shinji flies
Well, there was an on-off switch there. It was there all the time.
Yeah, just punch one in the back and just pull the switch. You could have done that anyway. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and we were talking about this before. That huge ass thing that got pulled out of the ground. That was Lilith's ship, right?
Yeah, so it looks like it's part of the black egg or the white egg or, what was effectively like the pod, because
that brought them there.
The idea of Earth is that it had accidentally two seeds of life, the black egg and the white egg, and two of them are not meant to end up on the same planet. And I think what you see there is what's left of Lilith's ship and probably what is the geofront, effectively.
Yeah. Weird shape, but what? It's cool.
I mean, I think that's what's left of it. Like, that's all that's there. But I don't know. It's all speculative at this point.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay, so she pulls the thing, guy flies out, and that's it. White Hot Eva is now regular again, except it still has those weird tentacle things on its back. We generally saved the world. The ship falls and now shadows over Mount Fuji.
And I think it's also important to point out at this time that Shinji is a gibbering wreck. Like, Kaoru exploded, at least the top half.
Yeah.
And now he's just kind of cowering at the end of an entry. Like, he had nothing to do with what was going on after this point. He has no control over what's going on after, like, the Ava got stabby with itself. And he's superfluous to the story. Like, all of this stuff happens, and Shinji has just basically had a mental breakdown after his only friend killed himself. He's at the bottom of his entry plug crying back and forth, which does eject.
Yep.
And then I think it's important to note that at the end of the movie, it is basically the original trilogy. It's basically the original three. It's the dynamic trio. It's Rei, Oscar, and Shinji all together. And Oscar is basically pulling Shinji by force. Like, come on, you idiot. And, like, he's absolutely unresponsive at this point.
Yeah.
He's been through some shit.
Oh, yeah, and no one's denying that at this point. But, like, the fact that, they still need to kind of pull him along is... indicative of what might be a very end of Evangelion movie, which might come up next time. I can't see Shinji. I can't see the next movie starting with Shinji going, "Boy, am I okay now? That psychotherapy and drugs really helped my mental state." I don't think that's what's going to happen.
I'm glad after meeting up with everyone again that they all gave me all their support and told me congratulations, so I was able to go forward.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I like the original ending to the TV series.
Congratulations.
Everything's
Congratulations.
okay.
Made it all.
Yeah. I like that Ray, who was like one of the opponents, is just there as well. It's like, it's fine. You can come with us, I guess. Whatever. And then just kind of walk off into the sunset. Barrier density is too high, whatever that means. So we got to go where the humans can pick us up. But because we're pilots, we're immune. Whatever. Don't ask questions.
And stay tuned for next time.
It's kind of stupid. It's like, people can't. We're gonna have to walk across the desert because nobody can pick us up. And it's like, how are they gonna pick you up? Like, they can't teleport you up. They'd need some sort of ship. I suppose they'd have to land or nearly land the Wunder or something like that.
Because now they're crossing the desert and all that stuff. Who knows?
Yeah.
And let's not forget that Gendo and Fruitsky have also escaped, and it looks like they're on a spaceship of their own or something. Like, you see them, they're in this like black room, but it kind of looks similarly shaped to the Wounder's cockpit.
I really hope in the next movie that Fuyutsuki just gets sick of Gendo's shit and just stabs him 36 times in the back.
Yep.
He goes, why, Fuyutsuki? Why? And he's like going, you don't even know. I just keep stabbing you. I'm so sick of this. Just let me die.
Oh, all right. Well, that's the movies we have seen. So, what do you guys think of that preview for the fourth movie?
I wasn't a
think
big
none
fan
of
of
that
seeing
will ever come to
CG.
pass.
Oh, dude, I'm concerned the whole next movie is going to be CG.
I don't think they'll go quite that far. I really hope not, at least.
Have
I
you
don't think they
seen
will.
the Animator Expo short they did,
No.
where it's just an all CG, unmarked Evangelion that lifts up out of a base, and then there's a ray calling to it, and it just runs through a building to get to it? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
I have, but I can't remember much about it. It's kind of weird. Like, someone told me about this, and I was so excited, and then I went and saw it, and then it was not that memorable, obviously, because I can't recall anything specifically about it.
It's just a short. It's this whole Animator Expo thing where they just like get different people to put together a little short, and it's just a bunch of those. And there's another Evangelion thing in there too, where you see it's snowing. It might be what taking place after this movie we just discussed. There's nothing. You basically just see like scenery, and there's music, and you see a couple.
Yeah,
of
it's not nothing of significance. I think happens. And I think,
as far as I can tell, you never know these things. But yeah, so now we've got a robot, which is Asuka's robot and Mara's robot. It's like literally they were cut in half and just squished together. Once again, budget cuts a willy. We can't afford new plug suits. We can't afford to replace these
You
bodies.
gotta duct tape these Avas back together.
I guess so. And they've got a badass new sword. They're doing like judo flips to all these weird green.
and those
like,
pillars that are surrounding that battle are like the anti-AT fields, or like the AT dampeners, or whatever. Like the angel containment fields, whatever they are.
And then you see it jump off the cliff, and there's nothing but AT fields. And once again, that black egg ship, whatever it is, the big lamp chair thing, just on its side, and then that's where it ends. Like, now we're all just waiting.
I don't think any of that will happen in the next movie. It's like,
Probably
I've
not.
got this great idea, let's do this. I've changed my mind, which is exactly what happened at the end of last movie. Like, nothing of what was in the preview happened in 3.33.
Oh, that was so frustrating too, because a lot of it looks so cool.
Yeah, it had Kaji in it. It had Oscar with an eye patch, and that was the only bit of relevance that stayed until the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
Such a waste.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. Anyone have any further thoughts that we should discuss?
I think for conclusion, we should just kind of briefly, like 30 seconds or less per person, just kind of state where we think each movie kind of lands up and what we overall think of the rebuilds versus the original series, and if we're to recommend one, or if we'd recommend watching it to people who've seen the series otherwise or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, well, start us off then, Jerry.
Sure. Well, overall, I think that you can't really go into the rebuilds without knowing the original show. I think it's pretty much mandatory viewing, especially with how the first movie jumps around so much, and it, obviously, because they're movies, they don't have enough time to give every character their full development. So if you want to see that, you should see the original series prior.
Mm-hmm.
I would say they are still worth watching, just for the animation alone, and just for like the quality of the production, seeing the great music in action, and there's still a lot of really cool fight scenes that, even if I think the beast mode is dumb, they do some cool stuff.
The beast.
And I'd say out of all the rebuilds movies, 2 is my clear favorite. That's the one I've probably rewatched the most, and it's the one that I'd be hard pressed to see the 4th movie be more enjoyable to me than that. And I really enjoy the whole Rei Shinji dynamic they build up throughout that movie. And I'd say I enjoy 3 more than 1, although 3 kind of frustrates me because we don't know where it's all going to end up. So hopefully somehow Anno will be able to get the 4th rebuild movie to stick the landing whenever that comes out.
Mm-hmm.
I think Darren raised a lot of really good points there, actually. like it was almost like the first movie was a read easy version of the first bit of Ava. Like we condense all of what Ava is into this first part. And I gotta say, I love the first Rebuild movie, but mainly for the fight against the last angel in that film, like the giant defense angel, like the giant diamond in the sky. Yeah, because it shows you a scale that you don't always get in Evangelion. Like it shows you like of all the scale and all the effort they have to put in to make this thing happen. And I really love the music. I love the music in all three of them, but the music in 1 and especially 2 is really, really good. And I think that nothing will ever beat the original television series. I think it will always be remembered when television finally dies or becomes irrelevant. It will be remembered in future generations as one of the great television shows of all time. I don't think the movies will be remembered as great movies. I think they will just be known as anime movies. And I like the movies, but they're nowhere near as great as the television show. That being said, I think it's worth watching. Like I think that
I would hope so. You're here.
Yeah, I think you can still get a lot out of the movies. I think they're fun to watch. They're much more action oriented. 1 and 2 especially. 2 is a great watch. Just if in more of a casual sitting. Mm-hmm. But if you want the full force of Evangelion, then you are going to have to watch the original series. From start to finish, including Genesis 13, which is episode 25, 26, or whichever ones they are. Mm-hmm. The very last 2. So I think they are worth watching. But that being said, a lot of what is going to happen in the 4th movie will depend on whether you want to recommend everything as a whole or whether you just say, yeah, watch number 1 and definitely watch number 2, but don't bother about the rest of them.
Yeah, that could be the case. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we simply don't know. We don't have enough information to go on yet.
I almost wonder if they'd even be tempted to retcon the 3rd movie. Just because, there wasn't a feedback
just as the 4th movie starts, Shinji waking up in a hospital bed.
Might do it.
It was all a dream, lol.
Just like, and then Ray's beside him going like, come on, we gotta go fight the angels.
Mm-hmm.
He's just I had this wacky dream and now I can't remember. Oh, weird.
There's all this goo on my hand. What did I do?
Okay, how about you, Steve? What do you think? What do you think about the movies?
The Rebuild specifically, yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Would people even want to watch these if they hadn't seen the originals?
They may, because they heard about the originals, and the people generally speak highly of the rebuilds.
Yeah.
They might think, oh yeah, I've heard of that Evangelion stuff, and I heard there's a bunch of movies out there. And if you just saw the movies like 1 and 2, you might think, oh yeah, man, that's pretty cool, like action, and there's like a bit of character development and a bit of intrigue. But then 3rd, it just goes somewhere so damn different that it might be too much of a step for other people to take, perhaps.
I think so. It's more effort than they want to put into it. Those aren't the real fans. Yeah, I feel that 1 and 2 are great. If people haven't seen the original show and they want to know what the hell is going on, it's a good summary. Like you said, it's certainly better to watch the original show if you have access to it and get a full idea. If you're into like a 26 episode cartoon, sci-fi, religious, hootenanny robot showdown between angels that don't really matter in the long run, which I think is kind of neat. But yeah, I feel
it is effectively a human story.
Yeah.
And I think, that's important in so many ways.
It's a love story. It's all about Gendo trying to get back to his dearly departed wife.
In the original series, yes, but in the rebuilds, maybe not.
No, he wants her there too. Like when they're playing shogi or Go or Jenga, whatever they're doing with that game. So he says he's willing to sacrifice everything just to get you there. It seems like they kind of did try to do that already. Since there's like
in 2.22, like when Ray and Gendo are having lunch or dinner or something like that, she says, "Do you like eating? Yep. Do you like eating food?" And he goes, "Yes." "Do you like enjoying eating food with someone else? I'm a Mori body." And he goes, "Yes." But then he goes, why don't you have like dinner with your son? And he goes, fuck that kid. And then he has a vision of Yui saying, wouldn't you like to have dinner with your son? And he goes, okay, fine. So there's obviously a hint of Yui there.
Oh, yeah.
Like of his memory there, which is probably really, really significant to the plot, but it seems like a throwaway sort of plot device to try and get Gendo and Shinji together, which will never happen.
Yeah. Well, he was still following the orders of Seele for the most part, right? Until they just shuts the... I love that. They just
There's an
shut
off
the
switch.
switch. Yeah.
I kicked the PowerPoint out. Is that a problem, guys? Guys? He said, never mind.
That's the upgrade to Windows 10 switch.
Jeez.
Hey, it is 2016 right now. They probably did upgrade to Windows 10 and that... Oh, shit, I think Third Impact's about to happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got to follow their orders just to be able to have access to all this stuff. But at the same time, he's got to do what he's got to do in order to try and get Yui back. As for the movies, I think 1 and 2, like you said, are great. They will make sense, more or less, to people. You'll see a bunch of weird aliens that you're kicking the red thingy out of. But I think the third movie, I think it's really for the fans, the long-term fans that wanted to see just what they could do. Like what I feel that no one understands what they were trying to do. Though. Like people, like you said, literally just wanted the next movie, but they said, well, we had this huge opportunity, so we can really get creative and do some interesting things. Like I said, I like how they did the whole technology now has all the fancy features that these robots used to have exclusively. I don't think a lot of people even noticed that. But I've watched scenes several times. They were just trying to figure it all out. I don't get why Asuka has the eye patch and Mari doesn't, but once again, don't ask questions. It's just a movie.
Anno's just there with the nightstick going, no, it's nothing to see here, move along.
I'm curious to know why there's like
totally kick your
coming
ass.
out of that eye. I think it's like some weird sync up thing with her robots, like a weird mod. Like I said, there's really not a whole lot of new characters. It's just a bunch of random people driving the Wunder. Yeah, they don't really matter. Cool ship. Certainly wouldn't have expected an airship in this series at any point, but here we are. Feels like it'd be an awesome toy if you could find one. Like,
Have
I've
you
been
guys
like,
ever seen a half French, half Japanese anime-esque series called Mysterious Cities of Gold?
No, I
"Oh,
haven't.
nice."
It's certainly worth a watch. It's very, very old now, like early 80s, and it was animated by Japan, but it was written by the French about the Spaniards in South America looking for the cities of gold.
Yeah.
And the takeoff sequence of that ship looks a hell of a lot like when they activated the Golden Condor,
Yeah.
which is this ship that, like this magnificent golden flying machine which they discover in like one of the cities of ancient technology, effectively. And it really reminded me of that. And a couple of other people have pointed that out, and I thought, it could be a reference, but, you know, who the hell would remember that now? But
Yeah.
you never know. There are always references in these things that people make, and
Oh, yeah.
not all the references, have been found out or gotten by various people.
You gotta believe there's probably a bunch of like bits and pieces that they have access to in Japan, like be it pachinko machines or mangas or pamphlets, whatever. I'm sure there's many more pieces for them than there is for us. Like, it
Have
took
you,
us this
have
long
you guys
just to
heard
get...
of the Red Cross book?
Mm,
So the Red Cross book was in cinemas in Japan. When you go to the movies, they often have like a booklet for different films, and I kind of collect some of my favorite booklets from those movies. I've got like the Back to the Future ones, the Trigun movie ones, the Labyrinth booklet, and it has like behind the scenes stuff. The Evangelion, the end of Evangelion movie came with a booklet called the Red Cross book because it just had a red cross on the front. And it apparently tried to explain away a lot of what was going on in End of Evangelion. And people took this as gospel, as you would, because it was meant to be official material for years and years and years. And then Anno came out and said, actually, they got a lot wrong. Like LCL is not actually called Link Connect Liquid. it's not called that. It was just something that was made up for that particular book.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, all
I love
this B canon stuff got relegated to D canon stuff, which I think was fascinating all on its own. But it tried to describe much, and then they went too far, and they had to go back and say the Red Cross book isn't actually what it is.
This is what happens when your IP becomes too popular.
Basically,
we didn't think this far into it. We didn't know it would become this.
You meant to figure it out for yourself, and then things got out of hand.
Canonicity then.
Yeah, back to the third movie. I like how ghetto really is. I like that 02 Dash just looks like a bunch of junk. The arm just keeps being replaced. The head is just a mess, and like it's missing an eye or two. Like, man, they've seen some tough times. Like, Asuka's suit has the duct tape on it. That's hilarious. I personally love the Zabisto and Colt 777. Action-packed scenes whenever you hear those words being spoken.
What I just thought of literally this minute is like in the original series, a lot of what happens, they always thought, oh, you can't destroy the Magi. The Magi are an integral part of HQ.
They're not even there.
If you destroy the Magi, you are destroying Nerve. The Magi are not mentioned once.
Yeah.
Throughout 3.33. Like, they're completely irrelevant, no longer relevant whatsoever, despite the fact they're this massive, awesome supercomputer, and then just there's no mention of them. And I just all of a sudden thought, yeah, that's a little bit weird. Like, that's certainly such a departure from the original.
Yeah, I like that there's actually two different toys of the pink Eva, because apparently in that first scene she has a different head than she does in the rest of the movie. I don't know if you guys noticed that. She has more eyes.
I think I just assumed they were different Avas. Like, I never knew that they just replaced the head. I just thought, that Ava's gone, let's make a new one.
Yeah, I figured because of the huge time skip, it was just a brand new machine as well.
Yeah.
We're talking about the pink one?
Yeah. Oh,
Custom Type 08 Beta.
You see, when you get so far in, there's so many new Avas, and you can't. They don't have backstories like the other ones do. You care less.
Yeah.
You don't care about the hardware as much. Like before, like these things literally had souls in them, and you were like fascinated where these parts came from and how they repaired them and what happened to them. And now it's like, these things just kind of come and go and get destroyed and repaired, and who the hell cares? We don't know the backstory behind these Avas, and then you just kind of give up and you just go, an Ava is what an Ava is. It's whatever an Ava is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Jab, turkey. Yeah, I do like the third movie. I hope the fourth one comes out someday, maybe.
Gotta have that new Godzilla movie come out first.
I know, that's interesting news. We have nothing for Nintendo Watch. I do put in interesting news though. Announced on April 1st, very suspect, but they did announce it. Maybe someday, we don't know exactly. But Evangelion versus Godzilla. What is this real? No one knows. Probably not.
I just assumed that it wasn't real. Like, I never got confirmation one way or the other, but I just kind of went, it's April 1st, and this looks... I didn't even think it looked cool. I just went, this is the kind of thing that people would do.
But,
yeah.
I mean, Anno's working on...
I think it is more of the joke of that just Anno worked on Eva, and now he's working on Godzilla, and that's kind of the way of breaking the news, or their way of going, like, poking fun at it.
Yeah, that's probably the chances are that. I mean, for all we know, 4.0 could just be Evangelion versus Godzilla, and like Evangelion is like a
Godzilla was the final angel the entire time.
Yeah.
That would make more sense than anything else.
It wouldn't make less sense.
He comes swinging out from the doors of Guff on those monkey bars they have up there. Like,
and then Donkey Kong comes in and the whole thing's a shit fuck, and you just go, oh, damn.
Gendo unveiling his master plan, being like, I never wanted to bring back Yui, I wanted to bring this into this world. It's just
Gendo is Godzilla. He puts the key in the... Fuck you.
Kidnaps this poor girl, and then this plumber has to go rescue him. Oh god.
Yeah. So we don't know if it's true or not, but there is a website, Evangelion versus Godzilla. It looks cool. There's merchandise you can buy, so that's something. But once again, much like the fourth movie, we have no idea. We're just completely in the dark. But it's fun to discuss these movies.
Evangelion 3+1. You cannot understand.
Nope.
Evangelion 5.0. We give the fuck up.
You
Whatever
cannot-
goes, boys.
We do not give up.
Freaking Half-Life all over again. I hate these waiting periods.
What I love about the first Evangelion movie is that it's called "You Are brackets Not in brackets Alone," and I'm a big fan of Doctor Who. And at one of the end of the Doctor Who series, Yana is like "You Are Not Alone" is the acronym for this guy who turns out to be another version of or another species of Time Lords, which is what the Doctor is. And my completely Japanese wife,
Oh.
who was watching Evangelion, went, "Oh my god, is the Master from Doctor Who going to be in this?" It's like, no, it's totally not that, but I really appreciate your efforts.
Yes. Alrighty. Well, Yoshi's dead. And it's 10:13 p.m. over here on the west coast of Canada. And AC's got a whole day ahead of him still, I think, right?
Oh no, it's 3:15 p.m. and I've got nothing but drinking ahead of me. Luckily, tomorrow is a public holiday. It's Anzac Day, which is Anzac is an acronym for Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, which is when World War I went down, New Zealand and Australia sent a whole bunch of at least a third of our population, which was significant back then. Would be even more significant now, I suppose. Though we didn't have a whole lot of population back then, but we sent people over to help England defend, and basically they put the Australian and New Zealand people in the trenches as cannon fodder to die. And we celebrate that by saying, "Yeah, fuck you, England. We are our own people now." Like that kind of was the birth of our nation, and so we celebrate Anzac Day on the 25th of April. When Gallipoli happened. So tomorrow is a public holiday, and then the next day is my birthday, which I took off work. So yeah, I've got 2 days to get over what is most likely going to be a very bad hangover.
I have a headache just thinking about it. All right, well, good stuff. That about wraps it up for this episode then. Like I said, there's really nothing to discuss as far as Nintendo Watch or interest you. We already said the Godzilla thing. So, I guess that just leaves us for what you're looking forward to, and everyone can give it, once again, a quick shout out to their YouTubes and Twitters and whatnots. I'm going to start off looking forward because Game of Thrones! Tomorrow,
It snuck up on me. I was not aware it was tomorrow.
Game of Thrones is back tomorrow. You know what that means, Darren?
It's gonna mess up my podcast scheduling because we normally record on Sunday evenings.
What? No, Game of Thrones!
Well, I'm going to probably have to push it back till after Game of Thrones. I'll have to figure something out.
Yeah, you should talk about Game of Thrones. But you know what that means, Darren. You know it has to return the Cock Merchants Guild.
I don't know how that's going to work out at all now because we record at like 7 or 8 on Sundays. It's going to ruin everything.
Was that season 6 of Game of Thrones finally back tomorrow, which means on the CAPMAX HYPECAST there will be not 4-hour-long live streams, but maybe an hour-long each. We will discuss each episode after we see them. So, Darren, you're welcome to join that once again.
I can't make any promises just yet.
It probably won't be Sunday night, but it was sometime during the week.
Okay, that's more reasonable.
Yeah, I don't want to do it like as soon as we just finish. It gives a chance to think things over. But it'll be like before, we'll just discuss the episode. I think that'll be fun. When Dean was watching the live stream, he also wanted to be in that. So Dean from Round 2 Gaming may appear on the Cock Merchant Guild.
I love that guy.
Which is a name we gave from the last season when we're talking about certain scenes. And one other thing, like King of Fighters, I'm still curious to see if that's going to be any good. But I've got this movie from the library, The Good Dinosaur. It's on DVD already. That was quick. So I'm looking forward to watching this. And finally, I've got The Batman, the complete 5th season on DVD.
That's like a super animated series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finishing that up. I'm on disc 2 now. And there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes. Okay. And I'm Steven. Everyone, thanks for listening to the CAPMAX HYPECAST. If you want to hear more from me, we haven't ended yet, but if you want to hear more from me, check me out on Twitter at Steven Eider, Steven StevenEidher. Of course, you've probably found me on YouTube, CAPMAX Gaming, or on Podomatic, where you can hear this edited. And I haven't streamed a whole lot, but otherwise, there you go. And who wants to do this next? AC.
I'll go because I think he just went up to do something, so I'll go in his absence. So I'm Darren of the Gaming Pilgrimage. You can find me on just the Gaming Pilgrimage on YouTube, which I'll be having a new video coming out the 28th for my channel's 3rd year anniversary. And
Nice.
yeah, it's crazy to think it's been so long. And then I also have a podcast that you can find on SoundCloud or various other podcast applications, just called the Gaming Pilgrimage Podcast. And we also do email questions now, so while I'm shouting out, send an email to gamingpilgrimagepodcast@gmail.com.
What was that?
I gotta say, I've started since the last episode of this. I've actually started listening to the Gaming Pilgrimage, and I gotta say, it's really good. It is
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Podcast.
I've also started listening to the Game Life Balance podcast. I really enjoy that as well.
Oh, thank
I
you.
haven't listened to the American branch of it yet, though.
You can skip that
I've
one.
kept it exclusively to Author.
You can't say that.
They just talk about their caucuses all day.
Oh,
It's
you're
all
just jealous you don't have such a lively political system. You've got such an awesome prime minister there in Canada now. It's like everyone's jealous. It's like, just because Canada's prime minister is so, forward-thinking and cool. We're really jealous, by the way. We are really jealous of Canada.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice change of pace in Alaska every day.
So I hear.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess things I'm looking forward to. I'm obviously looking forward to Game of Thrones because that last season left a lot of questions, and it's going to be all new territory. So that will be either very exciting or very scary, depending on how they write it. So hopefully that all goes well.
It'll be the EVA 3.33 of Game of Thrones.
There we go. I guess in terms of stuff, I recently just bought the Gurren Lagann movies on Blu-ray, so I'm looking forward to getting those. And I've never had a chance to watch them. I've only ever seen the anime series, so look forward to that. And I don't think there's anything I'm aware of that's coming out soon that I'm really super amped for, but hopefully next time we talk for Game of Thrones talk, I'll have something.
Yeah, that'll be good. When are you going to watch those old movies you keep not watching? You got
we're going to be doing Blade Runner soon.
That's a start.
Because Brock got really upset when I told him I didn't watch it. I've never seen Blade Runner.
Have you seen Total Recall? You should watch Total Recall.
I shouldn't talk about 80s movies at all because apparently I've seen like 2 of them.
Yeah, apparently. It's so many.
It's got me in a lot of trouble.
The Running Man.
A lot of flack.
Darren, at this point, I gotta ask, how old are you?
I am 22.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You've got a good excuse then. You weren't actually around in the 80s.
I do, but I've seen a lot of the classics from the 90s. Just the 80s is just this weird period where apparently, just do it for whatever reason, I never caught up.
The best food.
No,
RoboCop.
a lot of the 80s isn't as well. I was born in 81, so that tells you that I was there for a lot of the 80s. And I will tell you right now, a lot of it isn't worth it. It's not. Like, there are some classic 80s movies, but you can skip a whole bunch of them, trust me. If people go up and go, oh man, this 80s movie is so cool, you gotta see it, the chances are that it's nostalgia, and you don't actually need to see it that badly.
I'll keep it in mind, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. And AC, did you do your spiel?
I am at ProdTally on PRODTALLY on Twitter. I do a podcast called Game Life Balance Australia. We have a So we were the story behind what Steve just did with his fingers,
Yep.
which sounds odd, is that Game Life Balance was a podcast that my co-host Rob and I did from Australia. A bunch of Americans contacted us, well, 2 Americans contacted us, one of whom works for a radio station, and said, "Oh, we really like your name and like your podcast." And we were going on sabbatical at the time, like taking a few months off because Rob was having a child. And I said, "We have your name," and we said, "Actually, we're going to come back from sabbatical at one point." So we said, "You can be Game Life Balance US." So the great bit about this is that we can say we have a US office and we're like the Australian office, so we're Game Life Balance Australia. Like we still hold copyright over the name and everything like that, which is cool, and we let them use the name for their own nefarious purposes. But it's becoming more and more connected. Every show we do, it's worrying that you have to kind of listen to both of our shows to understand both of our shows, and that's not the greatest thing, but it's also the funniest thing in the world to us. Steve doesn't seem to think so, because Steve has differing opinions on the US version of Game Life Balance.
Maybe I'll try them again someday. It's a slow week.
Yeah, sometimes because they're more of a lifestyle podcast, whereas we're more of a gaming podcast.
Yeah.
It's
real
fair to
talk,
say.
I mean, like, if people who don't know what Evangelion is listen to this episode, they won't care at all for this podcast.
No, it's very
Same
true.
thing. I only listened to one episode, and they were just talking about, like, American politics the whole time, and I was just like, this is not what I was hearing.
Yeah, so one of the co-hosts of the US podcast, Cody Goff, had an article go viral because it was published on the Huffington Post, and it was basically about Bernie Sanders and how, like, if he does happen to win, he won't be unrealistic about, like, wanting all of his legislation to be passed in like one year or 2 years or something like that. And he got a lot of hate messages about that and everything, and it was a fascinating thing to kind of see unfold, and to have someone become a viral internet sensation for a very short period of time. Like, we're talking millions of reads and millions of hate mail and stuff like that. So I found that process very fascinating because of the nature of my job. I cannot talk about what I do. And that doesn't mean to say that what I do is exciting in any way, shape, or form. It's just we have a code of conduct. I work for the Australian government, and we can't talk about what we do, basically positive or negative. And as I said, it's not exciting. It's not. I'm not a spy or anything like that. It's just that our code of conduct
a spy would say.
Yeah, trust me. If I was a spy, I would look much cooler than wearing an Evangelion T-shirt, you know. But so you can find us at Game Life Balance Australia. Just Google that, and we have a YouTube channel as well. And the most popular thing I've done recently is something my wife and I have been doing called Super Retro Happy Time, which is where we take basically Japan-only release games and play them while my wife translates in real time, and I play the games and give my thoughts. And that seems to be quite popular, and I get a lot of messages saying, yeah, you should do another one of those, you should do another one of those. So we're going to do another one of those pretty soon.
Yeah. Should be a fun time. Okay, and we had Yoshi Knuckles on as well. He's probably asleep now. He's still in the call, but he's muted, which is funny. We can check him out at Yoshi Knuckles on Twitter, where he will discuss modding. Lots of modding talk. And there you go. Alright, so that does it for... What episode was this? 17? Okay, episode 17 of the CAPMAX HYPECAST. Today's recording date was April 23rd, 2016. Our next episode for May is going to be the depressing sci-fi episode. We'll see how long it is. We have maybe Bill from STC Pod on, Brazzle the Gamer, and Raiho Magnifico. So, those are, I believe, all new guests for the CAPMAX HYPECAST, so that should be fun. Yeah, that about wraps it up. Anyone have any closing statements?
Thanks for inviting me on. I had a really good time. I was able to talk at length about something I really feel deserves a lot of adulation. And I was able to basically waffle on for as long as I wanted, which I'm not allowed to do even on my own podcast.
There you go. Like, I feel bad. I feel this episode has completely alienated itself, but at the same time, I'm so glad we actually got to talk a bit about this series that we love so much.
Yeah, I'm glad that I understand more of it coming out.
Yeah.
Because it's not every day you get a chance to talk with people who have all the knowledge or even recall most episodes or specific plot points. So it's nice to have that.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all got something out of today. So at least, even if nobody else watches or listens to this, we got something out of it. And I think that's important.
That's how I've been guiding my channel and all that stuff lately. If it's hype to me, that's step one. That's why I call it the CAPMAX HYPECAST.
Hey, Steve, blow the hype train whistle. Do it. Do it.
Although I gotta say, Steven, when you have the Gundam episode, I'm ready to come on.
Okay, there will never be. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We could do like a robots in general because I'm literally surrounded by robots. There you go. All right, everyone.
I will appear on that podcast just for the racism of Short Circuit and Johnny Five.
I love.
You need to be there so when we talk about the original Gundam series, we can talk about how Australia got wiped out.
There you go.
We get wiped out in goddamn every continuity ever. It's like, we really don't like Australia. Let's just wipe them off the map. Well, fair enough.
Tornadoes, man. I'm telling you. All right, we got to shut.
I'm going to report this to me, Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. Andy.
Oi, Andy, I've got something to report to you. Oh, that's a bloody outrage.
Oh, boy. Hashtag, oh, boy. All right, everyone. We're going to shut this one down while we can.
All right.
The final impact is starting up, I think. Hey! I can see the sound-only symbol. It's finally there.
Oh, now it's here.
Yeah. Thanks, Google. It's on the YouTube channel, but not on the actual hangers. Whatever. Okay, we're going to shut her down. Everyone, thanks for listening or watching, and we'll see you next time. Okay.
Nice.
That is
Good
it
work,
for the
Steve.
recording. Everyone, thank you for being here, Yoshi. I'm very disappointed for falling asleep, even though you're up at 6 a.m. I think it's.
I don't blame him at all for this.
No, it's all good. It is all good. But yeah, cool. I'm glad we got to discuss both the old stuff and the more recent old stuff. Man, I hope they get the next one out at some point, though.
I really hope it's at the end of the year because that's when I'm going back to Japan again. So if they happen to have it out by that stage, it would be really, really cool.
All the new merch. Well, you can get the Godzilla stuff in the meantime.
Yeah. You know, I'll take whatever Evangelion stuff I can get. Like, you know how I occasionally show stuff to you guys? Like, I've got a whole bunch of T-shirts here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've actually got. They used to sell these, like the episode markers.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, this is like Magma Diver, and this is this is Ray Beyond Her Heart. Like, they used to sell these for $10 at Animate, which is like a like an anime store in Japan.
That's pretty good. Were they old at that point, or were they pretty new? Were they old or new at that point?
They constantly release new Evangelion stuff, even if it's based off the original series, because it always sells. So
yeah. No, but I meant when you saw them there for $10, were they at that point old?
Yeah, no, they were new. Like they came in like tiny boxes, almost like they were like really compacted, and they were all the same size, which is like large.
Like this kind of thing, sort
of? No, it was a little bit bigger than that. Kind of like a long, like an oblong, rectangle sort of cube sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they had all of the episode titles on there, and I got in and I got Magma Diver and Ray Beyond Her Heart, and they were the only two that I managed to get. Right. Because things in Japan only sell for a limited amount of time, and if you get them, cool. If you didn't, it's tough.
Then they end up at Hobby Off.
I live at Hobby Off when I'm in Japan.
I bet. That's anytime I see someone show those stores in like a YouTube video, I can imagine you could spend your whole day in one store.
Yeah, the further outside of Tokyo you go, the better the stores are, to be honest. And I have this one place in Fujimino, which is near where I used to live in Saitama, and it's about a 20-minute walk from the station. But that is where, you know, my collection of awesome Famicom stuff comes from. It's basically from that store because people can't be bothered making the 20-minute walk out there. So that's where you get some of the rarer, more awesome toys and retro gaming stuff that I have. I actually had the opportunity to buy a Neo Geo CD complete in box for $30, 3,000 yen, and I refused. Like I just said, I don't need any more in my collection.
Yeah.
Because my collection is so big, it would cost more for me to get it home than it would for me to actually
I'd say
buy
it'd be
it.
worth it just to sell it.
Good point.
Probably, yeah. In hindsight, I kind of regret it, but like while you're there and while you've got like basically a massive swag full of stuff, you go, I don't want to transport back to the station
I
and
know
get
the
it all the way
pain.
back
I
home.
had to make concessions with my Gundam pickups when I was in Japan.
Have you shown those off yet?
I haven't even built them yet. I need to do that this week.
Yeah.
Are they like glue models, or are they like basically just build your own models, or?
They're basically like just plastic kits that you have to assemble all yourself.
Okay, cool.
And the boxes for them are absolutely massive, and I really wanted to bring the boxes home because they're got really cool artwork on them.
Did you though?
Hmm?
Did you not though?
No, I brought the boxes home. That took up like all the room. I bought like a $30 or $40 bag to bring everything home because I was backpacking with all my friends and I was there.
Yeah.
So the trick when you're over in Japan is basically to put everything you have into a giant box, which is what I usually do, as Steve would attest to when I do my unboxing videos, and you ship it C-mail home. Like rather than because C-mail takes like maybe 3 months, at least from Japan to Australia, but you can like have a giant cardboard box for shipping it home for $100. And at that point, you can get a lot of stuff that becomes worth it, and you can sell stuff and make your money back. But sometimes, like the box stuff takes up so much room in your box that it's not actually worth shipping it home, etc., etc., etc. But it's
there are ways of planning about it.
Yeah, but like that's how I got a lot of my collection, was just basically shipping it home, and then you forget what you sent yourself, and then it's like Christmas 3 months later, and you go, "Oh my God, I forgot that I bought myself
Why did I buy all
a
this?
Virtual Boy."
Yeah, really.
What do I want with a Virtual Boy? I don't know, but I have one now anyway.
Well, VR is all the rage these days.
All right, I'll talk to you guys around. It was great chatting. I'll see you around.
Yeah, it was
guys.
really good.
I haven't even had dinner yet.
Oh, you better eat then.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Broadcast, Ben. See you next time.